Hello everyone, it's Thalik Ram, and we're back in my vanilla vintage story playthrough streaming. And it is January 8th in the game, and our goal is to finish building this cementation furnace. So we're going to see if we can't get that done here. Because I would like to see about getting some steel made before we go over to the Devastation. Or, I think it's Devastation. Let's find out. Oh, I forget what this thing's called. So, there it is. It's our lazarette. Gotta keep going. Yeah, the Devastation. Cool. Alright. Now, this is my vanilla world. We've been playing a lot on my non-vanilla world with my community server. We've been playing in my, what should I call it? Well, my Frostbitten Realms game, which is my Snowball Earth playthrough. But I wanted to get back to work on doing some more of this vanilla playthrough. And where did I leave off? Let's see here. So we've got some unfired refractory bricks. Got olivine, got quartz. Got some more olivine there. Got fire clay. Got borax. My character's cold, I just realized. How fascinating. Okay, well. Let's see here. We've got the coffin. We've got the coffin lids. Looks like I need some more crushed. I'm reading this right. I think I need some more bauxite crushed. Yeah, I think I do. That's alright. That's easy enough to fix. Anyways, let's take a look at that. So, yep, okay. Yep, and then to make our bricks, we need mortar. That was the big thing we were working on last time. We need slack lime, which is lime plus water in a mixing barrel. Which that's easy enough. And then sand. Alright, well, I think we have some sand. And I think we can get some slack lime. That's easy enough. Matter of fact, we've got some slack lime right there. Look at that. Just hide away here. Bear pelts are all fine. Yeah. That one can go there. Alright, so let's make some mortar. So we're going to take this barrel. Let's get our slack lime. And some sand. Wrong box. There you go. Sand. Slack lime. How's this work? Mortar. Oh, I put it in the barrel. Never mind. Okay. I was overcomplicating this. Just take the whole thing of sand here. There we go. How much was it? It was how much? It was 1 liter and 1 sand. Okay. Now each one of those makes 8. So let's go ahead and just do like 8 stacks there. Hold on. Looks like I might have to do it 1 to 1. Let's see here. That can work. No. Something's not right here. Let's see here. So, created by mixing sand with slacked lime. How do we make slacked lime? Oh, I have to use quick lime. Okay, that's the problem. Alright. And quick lime we get by cooking lime. Okay, okay. I'm back on the right page here. So let's go ahead and take this chalk. And Do I have any more crushed lime just laying around? Okay. It's calcified flint, saltpeter. There's limestone, which we'll take. And there's halite, which I did find like a couple streams ago. All right, so I don't have any. Yeah, I don't have any lime already quick limed. That's fine. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and get some of this grinding up. Get that grinding. Go put this bone meal away. Thankfully, this is not a short or long process. We just throw that in here. That's not where I was keeping it. Where was I keeping it? There's my bone meal. Bone meal can go in there. Go ahead and get these refractory bricks firing here. There we go. And let me grab some more of my bauxite. It's andesite. There's bauxite gravel. There we go. Just do that. Cool. What I can do is while I wait for all that, I'm going to throw this stack of sand back in here. There we go. What's the temperature out? Why is my character so cold? Macho. Well, let's fix my clothing real quick. We do this, and then that. That's some more sewing kits there. Alright. That's all fine. So let's see here. We'll fix that up. Fix that up. That. Definitely fix up the boots. Fix that up. Fix that up. There we go. Okay, that's fixed. Don't need that. We'll fix that. And that. Yeah, those are fine. Alright, we'll go ahead and fix... Okay, it's not going to let me fix that with those. That's fine, I can fix it with... Nope. Why can I not... Do I fix it with these? Nope. Why can I not fix this? Oh, I have to do it in the crafting window. That's fine. Sitting there going, why can I not fix my armor? There we go. Go ahead and top it off real quick, because I can. I love this tailored Gambison armor. It is fantastic stuff. There we go. Yeah, and that seems to fix our shivering as well. Perfect. Okay. So let's get that out of here. We don't need that right now. Put it down there. We do need to take some quicklime once we get it in there. And actually, let's check. Lime and then quicklime. Cooking temperature. Oh, I can do this using peat. Do I have some peat? Charcoal. Glomerate stone. Andesite. No, I don't have any peat. Okay, well, that's alright. We'll just use like a half stack of brown coal to do this. That there for now. let's go check on our lime. Also turn on our pulverizer real quick. You know, the lime is coming along slowly but surely. I could build an automated system for this. Might even be a good idea. But if I want to automate it, I really need to move it forward here. Because... Yep. That might be a future project. To knock out like this piece of roof like right here. I mean, I could always change my charcoal pit, I guess. I also need a little better windmill. So, playing on my multiplayer server, I've been spoiled by the millwright mod with its vertical windmills. They just get you so much more power for the same amount of wind. Okay, good. The wind's picking up a little bit, which is nice. So the first thing we'll do is we'll put down... So, under the ceramic coffin, you have to put down some grates made out of refractory bricks. So that'll be the first part we put down. Alright, come on. I know, it's very exciting sitting here watching me manually feed the pulverizer, even though I love the pulverizer. It's probably my favorite of the tools here. Got some more of the lime. I mean, I probably don't need all that much lime for what I'm doing, but I was running low for making leather. Which reminds me I need to check on the pigs anyways. I should probably also work on getting my sheep finished moving into the bin. Oh, wow. The wind has just, like, died on me. That's unfortunate. But I do have enough to finish a few more refractory bricks. So we'll take these downstairs. That decides on its... in the wind here. Alright. A few more there. There we go. Well, that works. I'm going to go ahead and put this in here. I'll just do like 6. 6 should probably get that done. Alright. There we go. And while that cooks, give me just a second, folks. Just hitting up one of my friends real quick. Because I just recently introduced them to this vintage story. There we go. Now that might actually take a bit more coal than I thought. We'll throw a few more on it. There we go. Because once it gets up to eat, but it was slow getting up to eat here. So let's see. Oh, it's 2-1. Oh, that's gonna be rough. Okay. It's good to know, though. I was pretty sure I heard the monster in here earlier. Seems cleared out. Actually, that's what I could do. I could slide my pulverizer over some, I think. Hold on. That's an idea. Because... So, that's my fire pit. Right, for making charcoal. So, that's still inside of it. One wall over. And then that should be... So, if we go over to, like, right here... Yeah, so if we move my pulverizer over to here, which would just take me a couple axles, and axles aren't that expensive, I could probably set this up with some automation. Yeah, we might do that just to make my life easier for making all these refractory bricks. Alright, well, let's go ahead and get this thing going here. Need some grass. Dried grass? Dried grass. There we go, that's enough. Because I gotta fire these refractory bricks. There we go. A couple sticks. Alright, and let's grab some fuel. I don't really want to use my firewood, but I will. There you go. I'm gonna grab 8. All right. Yeah, there we go. A few more refractory bricks going. That's my lime going. My quick lime's coming along. We're gonna need a barrel. Do I have any empty barrels in here? Wine, brine. Alright, I forgot I started turnips and cured meat last time. So no, I don't have any empty barrels. That's okay. I can make an empty barrel. Right now, actually. There we go. Empty barrel. Cool. It can live, well, right there would be bad, because it'll catch fire. It can live over here. That's the lime barrel. There we go. Alright, so... lime, flake lime. To make quick lime, okay. Yep. And then for slake lime, it's 1-to-1. Actually, should have emptied the barrel. It's only 10. Yep. Yeah. Hold on. Did my wind come back? No, the wind still has not come back. Did I get any more? No. Okay. Well, shoot. Oh, wait, hold on. Here's a barrel we can empty out real quick. No, we'll just put this in here. My compost in there. There we go. Cool. Alright. Yeah, that'll work. Alright, we about done here, Lime? Come on, Lime. Just 2 more runs. And we'll make some slaked lime, and then we'll make some mortar. And we'll make our first bit of refractory bricks. Tier 2 refractory bricks. Blocks, I should say. I've already got the bricks. We have to convert the bricks into blocks. And then we can start laying the groundwork for our lovely furnace. Yeah, this is really making me feel like I should automate the pulverizer. I can't sit here and just babysit it when the wind's blowing and when it's not. There we go. Grab our extra coal there. Don't need to waste coal. Alright, so seal. Okay. Oh. Oh. It's 4-1. Okay. Alright. I'm going to use my patented automatic quern without a windmill method. Which, by the way, folks, the trick is you just right-click, and while holding right-click, you hit escape, and it makes your character just keep working the quern or any other item that requires that kind of thing. There we go. I know, very exciting watching my characters spin a quern right now. But, you know, that's what happens when the wind decides not to cooperate. I should also see if I can find a way to, like, automate feeding stuff into the quern as well. Like, you know, quick lime and all that. You know, like, you know, my limestone and even flour. I know there's ways to do it. I've just never done it. I know it involves, like, chests and hoppers and chutes. And there's some way to, in theory, collect it out of the quern and put it somewhere else as well. I've heard about it. I've not even seen anyone do it on a video. I have seen someone do the pulverizer, though. So I may do that here in a bit. But I'm going to move the pulverizer before I do that. Just so I don't have to redo my charcoal pit. Because I made a nice charcoal pit with a door and a trapdoor and everything. So that I don't have to keep, like, moving dirt around and resealing it and all that. It's as simple as load it up with the firewood, close the door, go upstairs, open the trapdoor, light the fire, close the trapdoor, and wait for it to burn. It's great. It's fantastic. Expensive, but fantastic. Because you have to use iron to make the doors. That's the other thing I need. If I'm going to make steel, I'm going to need more iron. That's going to be more prospecting. Alright, let's see how much we've got in here. Finish that up. There we go. Alright, 38. So let's get like 2 more. Alright, that'll get me 20 more quicklime. There. Well, the wind is technically blowing. It's not blowing strong enough to turn the quern. That's alright, though. What was that? Alright, let's throw our lime back into here. And give it a bit more fuel. Maybe like... yeah, that should be enough right there. Alright. Gonna let that burn. Let those burn. Guess I need to feed my character. Suppose that would be mildly important. Alright. I've left my lantern somewhere. Where did I leave my lantern at? I have a very nice lantern that I've left somewhere. Lantern? Oh, I left it up here. That would be why I can't find the lantern. Come here, lantern. Oh my goodness. Are you still working? Just barely, Mr. Windmill? Oh, good. They finished. Well, one of them finished. Can I give you like one more turn? Okay. Guess my box. Guess it doesn't want to crush my bauxite for me. Alright, let's go take a look at our pigs, see how the pigs are doing. Oh, I hear piglets. We've got piglets and a very angry mama pig. Oh, see? She's mad. You're supposed to be a nice piggy. You're generation 2. Alright, alright. I'll leave you alone. Trapped by the snow in the pig pen. Alright, so pigs are happy. That's all good. Our lime is becoming quick lime. Got some more refractory bricks going, so how many do I need? So 24. Yeah, so okay. So each one of those is 24. So I'm gonna need alright. So I'm gonna need 6 gratings. I have the stone coffins. I gotta make iron door. Okay. That's gonna be a slight problem. Got 8 iron there. Okay, I've got 8 blooms I could refine, so that's 8 more ingots. I've got enough hematite for 1 nugget. Yeah, I've got enough magnetite for 1 ingot, I mean, so... I've got 10 more iron, effectively, that I can make. That's a slight problem. Okay, what do I need for the iron door? There's the iron hatch door. Let's see here. Let's try windowed. Windowed iron door. That's a lot of iron. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. It's 12 iron ingots just to make the door for the cementation furnace. Ow. That's expensive. I got 8 there, so I got 16. So even if I make the thing, I don't have enough iron to actually smelt steel. Oh, goodness. Alright. So the other part of this mission is going to be get more iron. Got it. Alright, let's check my prospecting. Prospecting. No. Waypoints. Let's do... Have I even found hematite? Anywhere? Yes. I got decent hematite readings way over there. That doesn't help me. Okay. Let's try magnetite then. High over there. Now that's not too long of a trip. I could go over there and probably get some magnetite. Yeah, alright, so that's what we'll do. We'll sail over to here, sink a mine shaft, get some more magnetite. No, I don't want to cancel it. I don't want to delete that. Alright, let's turn waypoints back on. Just go back to everything. So, magnetite, right there. So let's... Nope, I don't want to cancel it. I just want to put down another thing and do that. And we're going to go for... I don't know. Make it red. No, I don't like red. Red would be too obvious. Let's go for... Go yellow and say... Future iron mine. There we go. I feel like I just saw a drifter or something run by out there. Alright. So that'll be our plan. Once we finish getting our... what we can do done anyways. You're going to need a ton more iron. Another thing I'm going to need the wind to come back. I think the snow's covered my ceiling, so I can't look up. Yeah, we need the wind to come back. Oh, it's starting to turn. Hold on. That finished. What about you? Yeah, you're trying to work. So that's not doing anything now, so let's turn that back off. Because we don't have anything in it, and it's running so slowly, I don't even want to try it. Okay, let's just finish getting our lime here. So we have 10 liters of water, which means I need 40 units of quick lime. Yeah. Because it's 4 to 1 for this slaked lime. It's a rough ratio. How many more am I going to get out of this? 10 more, so I'm going to need 20 more units of ground lime. Alright. That's my calm, so we can be out of here. Alright. Go ahead and grind up our 20 units of lime here. Let's go ahead and get it done really quick. Instead of waiting for the wind to do it for us. At least that way we're doing something productive towards this project. But everyone having a good first day of 2026 out there? I had a pretty good day. Did some gaming with my wife and son in my community on our server. We're actually planning to run the Resonance archives on the server this weekend sometime. So, thinking Saturday is what we're going to shoot for on that. I'm going to talk to them. Maybe we'll live stream it, maybe we won't. It'll be a big group raid on the Resonance archives. Yeah, because one of my community members stumbled onto it by accident. Didn't do the whole quest to figure out where the location was. Just was out exploring and ran into the place. And so we're all gonna travel over there and run through it. Now, I've heard the boss gets harder for the more people that are on the server. I don't know if that's true or not. But with like 10 of us on, that's gonna be a rough fight, I think. And we'll also find out very carefully if the we'll just say method that I've discovered for overcoming that boss is still in the game, or if the devs have patched that. Yeah, we'll find out if it gets too hairy for us to get in there and fight the thing. Alright, there we go. Alright. How are we doing here? Let's go ahead and get our 20 more lime there. Alright. Strong cannon. Good. Okay. I'll take the sand out of here and throw the lime in here just for safekeeping, because that's the stuff I use to make leather, anyways. Gonna have to put a little bit more coal in there. There we go. Time's in game. Oh yeah, it's midnight. Let's go ahead and sleep through the night. Get to morning. Keep forgetting this is my solo world. Been playing so much on the multiplayer server. You know, I don't have to make sure everybody's in bed before my character can sleep. I can just sleep. There we go. Alright. Get food all topped off. Lime is still liming. Go out here and check on our greenhouse. Oh, that rye is ready. There we go. Anything else? Well, I got too cold even for the parsnips. That's impressive. And the turnips. Wow. Turnips are normally a cold-tolerant plant. Wait. Oh, even this rye got stunted by the cold. Crazy. It could be because it's slightly elevated. Because even like 1 or 2 blocks of elevation can make a difference in temperature in an area. Wait, are these ready? Oh, these turnips are ready. There we go. Are these parsnips up here ready? Turnips ready? Nope. Well, that's alright. It's not like I'm hurting on food. Alright, let's see here. We'll put the rye seeds away, put the turnip seeds away. Spout. Get everything kind of back organized where I like it. There we go. Take our rye and our turnips and go put them away. Look at my poor, sad little fruit trees. Which next season they ought to have a good harvest on them, though. Alright, let's see here. There are the turnips in here. That's spelt. Let's see here, what's this one? That's other turnips and stuff. There you go, rye. Oh, that one's topped off now. Top this one off. There we go. All topped off. Oh, wait. I'm pretty sure I hear And windmill's doing stuff. Aha! We got a good wind. Quick. I need crushed stuff. Here we go. Get some more bauxite. And we'll crush up some stone too. Or some quartz. And get some more refractory bricks made. Because we're going to need a ton. You need a ton of refractory bricks for these cementation furnaces. Like, I've never made one fully myself, but I've seen other people do it. And it's like, just a whole ton of bricks. Because this refractory furnace is, or the cementation furnace is something like 65 blocks of stuff. It's crazy. Crazy amounts of blocks. Getting a good wind right now, which is nice. This is also where, like, having an automated setup where you've got, like, a hopper feeding into this thing would be super nice. And then a hopper here in front of it, picking that stuff up and dumping it into a chest for you. Which I could do by moving this thing over, like, 3 spaces. And also blowing through most of my copper reserves. Because you need copper to make the chutes and the hoppers. But people, feel free to sit out there and chat. I love chat. That's why I stream. I like talking to people. Alright. Just a few more of these quartz rocks left. It would be really nice to go to the Devastation, hopefully, with maybe some steel equipment. I've never actually made steel in Vintage Story before. This is my first time. Even trying to. You know, it just dawned on me. This little rotary part here, this axle piece that lifts the pounders inside the machine, it has metal bands on it. I don't remember using metal to make it. Now, like the pounder caps, like the heads on the pounders, those are made of metal, and I remember making those and putting those on there. Now I'm gonna have to check that. I have to check the recipe. There we go. Alright. Turn that off. Pulverizer toggle. Oh no, it does have metal in it. I just didn't remember. Okay. Don't mind me. I'm just crazy. Alright. Oh good, these refractory bricks are done. Hope we have enough. Right, how's this doing? Oh, one more run, so it doesn't need those 4 pieces of coal. Come on. Give me that slacked lime, or that quick lime, so I can go make the slacked lime to make the mortar. Come on, fire pit. You can do it. There we go. Alright. There we go, slacked lime. Cool. Now, let's see here. So we need 40. Let's go ahead and make a full batch. There we go. 320 mortar. It's probably way too much, but I'd rather have way too much than not enough right now. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab the fire clay. So we're going to split that stack in half. We're going to grab our crushed quartz and our olivine, and our crushed bauxite and our olivine. That'll make us refractory bricks. That crushed quartz there. Alright, let's close that up. Do that. Okay. So let's... Oh, that's not what I wanted. I just grabbed something out of that box. What did I grab out of that box? It's my flint box. Okay. So let's go ahead and just do another stack. There we go. Alright. We'll put all this away. Crushed quartz, bauxite, and olivine. There we go. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Hello, chat. How y'all doing? Whoever chatted, seems like my automated modded stuff might have filtered out your chat. I hope everybody's having a good night out there. Welcome to the stream. We're trying to make steel. Okay. To that end, I'm making a whole bunch of refractory bricks for my cementation furnace. And we'll do this one. Man, this feels good. Alright, let's see here. Dry grass. Yep. One of the things I always do before wintertime in the game is stack up on dry grass. Alright, sticks. I'm gonna need more sticks than that. Here's my stick box. That should be enough. Nope. Missed on that one. There we go. It should be there. And let's... I'm going to be a little expensive. I'm going to use coal on this. Get fancy. See, I want these done. Oh, that wasn't enough coal. There we go. Alright. There's that one. That one. That one. And there we go. Nice. Yeah, check something real quick, folks. Yep. Alright, cool. We're back. Alright. Top off my food real quick. And now let's make some of these parts we need here. Alright, so I know we need the grates, which is that, and then mortar. So we just need 2 sets of this, I believe. 1, 2. There's our grates. Cool. Now, I think it's this for the bricks. And how many does that give me? That gives me 2. Okay. There we go. Go ahead and grab more of these refractory bricks. There we go. Alright, so let's see here. Yep, it's not enough, but we're getting there. Okay. Let's go back up here to where the cementation furnace is. Alright, so we'll start with the back. I know I need refractory bricks like here, and here, and here. There. Okay. Actually, I might not need this one. Hold on. Yeah, okay, I don't need that one. Chickens also don't need... Yeah, here's snow. Unless I don't need that one. There we go. Yeah, this one doesn't need one. Okay, but I do need them here and here. Here and here. Okay. Alright. That's looking good. Now let's get our grates. 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. There's the grates. Okay, so I know I need that one. And I know I need this one. And that one, that one, that one. Those. Beautiful. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Alright. So I know we're going to need the door there, so we'll go ahead and throw this one here on that side. And this one here on that side. Go ahead and do the back center one. Alright. Got the first of our refractory bricks laid. Very nice. Which also makes me think that this is not going to be enough. Here. Go ahead and put these down. There we go. Close that up so don't get any creepy crawlies in the house. Let's go upload some inventory real quick. That in there. Let's see here. I don't need all this sand. Hey! Hey, Power Roof. How's it going, man? Where's the forge powered by a blow dryer? That's this little square. Don't worry, there's definitely not a blow dryer stuck up under it somewhere. So, for those in stream, Pyro Wolf is an actual real-world friend of mine who comes over to my house, and we hang out in the blacksmith shop together sometimes, and get to shenanigans. And get judged quite harshly by my wife for said shenanigans. Actually, that's something we can do. Let's finish refining this iron real quick. Before we go off to go mine more iron. There we go. And then tongs. Alright. Now here's something you'll love there, Pyro Wolf. So first we're gonna throw some coal in the forge, because you can't have, you know, a forge without coal. You know me and my coal-powered forges. Why is the floor on fire? Don't worry about the floor being on fire. Those are just the portals to hell that I keep in my basement. Now here, I'll show you actually why they're on fire. So these are actually pit kilns. I'm firing some pottery in here. Specifically, I'm firing refractory bricks. You want me to call you Jonathan? Fine, I'll call you Jonathan. I don't dox people on my stream. You know, just being nice, man. But basically, I'm making more of these refractory bricks. And those are my pit kilns for firing the refractory bricks. Which, I'm showing off how, like, far into the game I am with my fancy-smancy coal-fired pit kilns. If I was being, you know, inexpensive, I'd be using firewood. But I have the coal to waste right now. Get my lantern out. Throw it up there. And then it's almost up to heat. This is gonna be a little loud for stream, but you know what? It's great. I love this thing. Look at that. Don't you wish we had one of these in my actual forge? No. No, you need to work out. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Alright. So now we take the iron bloom, and we put it on there. And that'll turn into an iron ingot in a minute. There we go. But yeah, so essentially, as you can tell in the game, it's winter time. It's day 9 of January, with only 12 day months in the game. And I'm essentially waiting for winter to end so that I can kind of go to the next major story point. Because sea ice is dangerous and makes it hard to navigate. So, during that time, since I have the time, while I'm waiting for the spring thaw, I'm working on building a cementation furnace here to make steel. Alright, let's see what happens first. Does my iron bloom heat up first, or does the Hellhammer finish the iron first? I think the Hellhammer's just going to win this race. Yep, Hellhammer won. Definitely need better. I can't wait for the next major update. They're looking at improving the whole forging system with having like an actual bellows and stuff on the forge instead of it just being a block you feed fuel and material into. So that you'll have a bellows and you'll have to like keep more of an eye on temperature and stuff. I'm excited about it. You made pizza and your brain just told you to get a fork out? I mean, sure, why not? Alright, how do I want to do this part? You know, I didn't think about this layout very much. My Hellhammer is right in the way of my cementation furnace, I just realized. It's alright, we can work around this, so what I'll do... So block there, there. So there's stairs, basically. And then what I'll do is I'll come in here. Is there anything under this? No. Okay, perfect. There we go. Now I can get up under here. Perfect, that's what I wanted. Alright. Because very much like in real life, you have to get up under it to fuel the cementation furnace. There we go. But yeah, so this is one of the like in the current iteration of the game, Jonathan. This is basically we're working on some of the very late game stuff here. Steel's kind of the highest tier material you can get in the game at the moment. There's some other like late game techs that also exist, but you know, as far as like tools and stuff, steel's kind of where it's at. As far as like final tier stuff, but you understand why? Like, you have to fuel this thing for 50 in-game hours of fuel to get your steel out of it. And then you still have to take that steel and refine it using the Hellhammer or whatever. The whole process. It's the whole thing. Alright. Oh yeah, so, read the description of my lantern, Jonathan, and tell me what it says. Yeah, it's a brass lantern with a gold lining. You can actually make a gold lantern. I don't have enough gold yet in the game. Yeah. And that actually has an effect on the game, by the way, that gold lining. It actually increases the light level that your lantern produces by 2. You can also use silver, or electrum. But that's my super fancy lantern. That's my pride and joy. I've run halfway across this game map to get that lantern back before. Because I died. Like, my iron sword, I'll lose the iron sword. I can always replace it with something else. But that brass lantern with gold lining, no. We're gonna fight the final boss of the archives again for that. Alright. Part of the reason I'm refining all this iron is because, I apparently need 12 iron bars to make the door for this thing. Not enough. In fact, what I think I'll do, since I do need so many iron bars to make the door, go ahead and come down here and grab my iron. There we go. Okay. Throw those in there for now. We'll get the 5 iron plates I need. Which... that's the 5 right there. And then those 2 will be the rest of it. Yeah, I kind of wish I was using the millwright mod. So one thing, Jonathan, about this game is it's a lot easier to mod than, say, Minecraft. Even though it probably looks a lot like Minecraft to you. And there's a mod that I am using on my multiplayer server called Millwright. It's got me spoiled. Because the windmills in Millwright can be a lot more powerful than the windmills in the base game. And, like, you can get a lot more speed out of them. How do you join me? Well, this is my solo world, so you can't actually join me on this one. You can join my multiplayer world, though. And actually, hold on. I wanted that. I'm going to put charcoal in there. Actually, I might be able to open this up. No, I can open up to LAN. I can't open this up to internet. I mean, if you get on the multiplayer server right now, Monica's there, my wife. For the rest of you. She might not be able to save you from spawn, though. How's the temporal stability looking on the server right now, dear?
Huh?
How's temporal stability looking on the server right now?
Crypt activity is high.
Okay, well, if you join the multiplayer server, you'll probably immediately be torn apart by the monsters at this moment. Because apparently rift activity is high over there. So, Jonathan, for your information, well, yes, we're living in a nice, pre-steam power, kind of medieval world here with, like, lanterns and ironworks and stuff. You know, oh, what kind of monsters are in this game? We have what are called drifters, which are, like, these little hunched-over mechanical creatures. They're like the same height as this. They're like slightly taller than my forge right here. You know, kind of annoying, but not super dangerous unless you let them like overrun you. Then there's shivers, which are easily described as like weird mechanical spider dogs. It's the easiest way I can describe those to you. They're about the size of a person, but they like crawl on all fours. Very annoying. And then the most annoying of the surface monsters that you encounter out here on the surface would be the Bowtorn, which are humanoid in shape, with 2 legs, no arms though, and they've got a set of spines coming out of their back that act as like the pulley system for a large bow that kind of fires large arrows out of their face. They're kind of horrifying and incredibly annoying. And the main way you deal with those is you just rush them and beat them to death. Because they don't like melee combat, they'll run from melee combat. And that's the same thing that's on my multiplayer server. I don't have any special monsters on there. And then on top of, like, the monsters, you have other hazards like just wolves. Oh, so this is the first time you've ever seen it. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll probably see some here in a little bit in the server because, well, in my single player, because their activity is low right now, but it doesn't mean they can't spawn. Because essentially, something happened, storyline-wise, and the world kind of went through 2.5 apocalypses. Easiest way to kind of describe that. maybe 1.5, 2, depending on how you want to count them. And yeah, so humanity survived, but there's a lot of questions about how and why humanity survived. And one of the side effects of that is those monsters are now roaming the planet. Kind of. They're not actually from the temporal plane. The temporal problem is what fixed the first apocalypse. Because, yeah, let's just say a guy was just like, I don't know how to solve this. I don't know how to fix the apocalypse. But I can just erase it from time. And kinda did. And the creatures are actually from a realm called the Rust Realm. Which was a realm he was looking into in a parallel universe of some kind. To get inspiration for his great machines and stuff he was designing, this guy. And this is all lore, you can just go look up. It's all over the place there. And it wasn't called the Rust Realm at the time. It was actually this beautiful, like, mechanical realm, all spotless and pretty and stuff. Because it was in good shape. But somehow, whatever happened in our realm, and whatever he did to fix it, it got corrupted and became the Rust Realm or whatever. And now, like, the creatures come from it, and they're all, like, rust monsters now. It's the whole thing. So, you know. But presumably this world is kind of like a very alternate timeline of Earth, or a very Earth-like world. Where basically some guy discovered and created like true alchemy. Like all the stuff that the alchemists in our world wish they could have done were like, yes, I can transmute lead into gold and all these other things and whatnot. He kind of did that. And he created this substance called, like, I think they called it, like, flux, or the flux, or something like that, if I remember correctly. There's some term for it. And basically, it allowed him to create, like, golems and stuff, like, these automaton to help people. Among other things. And, obviously, that's where the storyline diverges quite a lot from our actual history. Because all that happened sometime, if we were to compare it to our timeline of our world, all that happened somewhere between 1250 and 1300 is when he does all of his, oh, I've figured out this weird, crazy alchemy science, you know. And then basically there was a disaster that occurred that he and all the other, like, scholars and knowledgeable people of the world were called upon to solve, and that was the apocalypse that he then resolved with his science magic. Sort of. And this... the best guess I've heard is this takes place 500-ish years after he did all that. Is where you spawn back into the world. And you were one of the people that helped him solve it. Were. You have no memories of it, but you have, like, all the skills you had. So. And again, all that's, like, it's not like there's someone telling you this story or anything. You find this all out through reading various lore books and things spread throughout the game. Oh, so I'm getting ready to go to the next big story POI after the winter thaw, after thaws in spring, and I need to build an iron door for my cementation furnace. I mean, yeah, it could be that way, Jonathan. But basically, I need all these iron plates to make the door for my furnace for making steel. Which is kind of like the final tier of tools and equipment in the game. I think I need one more piece of coal for the forge. My forge is trying to go out because of the snow. Yes, it's basically a beautiful medieval blast furnace, quite literally, because it makes blister steel, which you then have to take and refine into actual steel with the Hellhammer, which I actually have to replace my tin bronze anvil with an iron anvil to make the steel. Because I'm in the Iron Age right now. And to answer your question, Jonathan, iron is actually fantastic. And there's a whole reason to tech up, so I'll give you an example here once I get my next iron plate going. There we go, that's the last iron plate I need. Cool. So, this flint axe, which is your Stone Age tool, has 60 durability. My iron axe starts at 900 durability. And between iron and stone, there's also copper and bronze. Yes, you do have to progress through those to get to iron. Because you can't mine the iron without at least bronze. And then, to get beyond iron, there's steel. And while you have... There's no requirement to get to steel to finish the game or anything like that. There we go. I can turn that off. So it uses the... It gives you a range of ratios. Here, I'll show you. So, bronze. There's actually 3 ways of making bronze, which me and my community actually started questioning, wait a minute, is that real ratios for bronze? And apparently, these are based on real-world ratios for bronze that they use. So you have bismuth bronze, black bronze, and tin bronze. Tin bronze is kind of the most common and the one people go for. And if you want to complete the storyline, you actually need tin bronze. Because the way you get to the first quest location, without stumbling onto it by accident, because you can't actually absolutely just stumble onto it, is you basically trade a guy a tin bronze pickaxe for the map location. And he'll tell you where it is on the world map. But, so for example, to make tin bronze, it's 8 to 12% tin, and then 88 to 92% copper. And kind of the meta I use in this is you want to be as close to that 8% tin as you can in this game, simply because tin is a lot less common than bronze as far as like finding it in the game. If we go back, the black bronze is 68 to 84% copper, and then 8 to 16% silver and 8 to 16% gold. Which apparently that's a real world thing. I had no idea that black bronze is a real thing. And then you've got the bismuth bronze, which you're 50 to 70% copper, 20 to 30% zinc, and then another 10 to 20% bismuth. Which, by the way, bismuth in this game makes beautiful lanterns. Absolutely gorgeous. And so those are your 3 bronze options. Yeah, like, I was just like, huh, that's kind of cool. Never heard of it. Apparently it's a real-world thing. Who knew? Yeah, no, I love it, because so basically, the people who make this game, this all started off as a Minecraft mod, and they wanted to add a bunch of stuff to Minecraft, and they couldn't get it to do what they wanted. So they instead made their own game engine, effectively. There we go. Alright, right. I need to move these down as well. So you saw me make all those iron plates for the door. Now I have to make iron rods for the door, because I'm making a windowed iron door for my furnace. There we go. And this is the blacksmithing mechanic, which I really love. And if you're looking for the game, it's not on Steam. Matter of fact, the developer's kind of decided he's never really going to put the game on Steam. Like, he might someday, but he has no intention to at this point, as far as I'm aware. And that's just because, you know, they like the return policy they're able to offer through their website and stuff to people. And things like that. They just have their own reasons for that. So you have to go to their website, or you have to go to Humble Bumble is the other place you can get it. You also used to be able to get it on itch.io, but there was apparently some sort of weird issue with the billing, and people have been advised not to try and get it off there at this point. But, yeah, no. So, the thing I love about this game is I love survival games. I also love Minecraft. And this is the survival game that I always wanted Minecraft to be, basically. It's the easiest way for me to describe it to people. Alright, let's see if we can't make our iron door. So it was 3 plates, 2 plates, and then 2 iron bars. And there's our windowed iron door for the cementation furnace. Alright. And then, if I do this right, it should be right here. Yes. Door. Awesome. We're a step closer to having a cementation furnace. There we go. Top off my hunger bar real quick. Ooh. Now I guess I just need to go get more iron. I'll wait on these pit kilns to finish. Put the hammer away, put the tongs away. How's my pickaxe looking? Pickaxe, got about half durability on it. Pro pick. A little under half durability. Fresh axe. Oh yeah, this is my meteoric iron pickaxe. That's one of the other kind of high-end materials in the game. You can basically find like meteorite impacts, and this one, I've got one like whatever here that I haven't mined out. I call it sky iron just for my short notes on my map. But you find these little meteorite impacts on the game world, and they're all generated at the start of the game, so it's not like they're happening while you're doing stuff. And it's still technically iron as far as like what tier of material it is, but it gets an extra like, you know, 400 durability, so it's like super really good, like long-lasting stuff. Expensive though. And I just realized I'm still carrying hot iron ingots, so before I do that, let me go set these down over here. All the iron I've got left right there. Alright, let's cook up some food, and then let's go get some more iron. So, that it really would. Because here's the cool thing. There are mods that do make it so new meteorite strikes happen during the game while you're playing. Because again, this game is very moddable. And that's all on purpose. So, and there's a toggle in that where you can make it so that the meteorites won't land on anything you've built. So like if you've built an area up, meteorites won't land on it and destroy anything. But you can toggle that to where they can. Apparently you can like come back and your house has like been turned into a crater or whatever. Yeah. Let's see here. What do I want to make? Oh, we got a temporal storm coming in. Well, that's mildly annoying. Let's see here. What am I? I'm high on... I'm low on grain and fruit. I'm good on protein and vegetables right now. Do I have any fruit? Yes, I have some pears. We're going to make some pies. Do I have any flour? Yes, I have flax flour. I don't really want flax flour. You know what? We'll use the flax flour. It's fine. And we're going to use some of these pears here in a second. But first things first, bucket. Flour. Dough. That's enough to make... Let's do one more. We'll do one more set. There we go. Alright. Put that away. This food spoilage is just also a thing you have to worry about in this game. But if you notice, my flour will stay fresh for 12.3 years in my cellar. This is a cellar, by the way. So this fully enclosed room, enclosed in dirt and stone, with my door on it, it actually increases... it actually slows the spoil rate of everything stored in this room, which is why this is where all my food is. Alright, so that's enough for 5 pies. And I need 2, 3, 4, 7, 8 per. I have just enough to make 5 pies. So, heat is a factor in the game for food spoilage and for character comfort. So, for example, if I go outside here, I can open up my C menu here, which is your character menu, and you see that it's negative 15 degrees Celsius outside right now. Which, I don't know if you use Celsius normally where you're from, or if you are like me, an American, and don't really understand Celsius too much, and are used to freedom units, as some people like to call it, or Fahrenheit, which I prefer to call it, because I'm an old person. I understand that that's very cold. I know that 0 degrees Celsius and 32 degrees Fahrenheit are the freezing point of water. So I understand this is 15 degrees below the freezing point of water in Celsius, which if I had to put... Well, Fahrenheit supreme, yeah, fair enough. So, matter of fact, if I do some quick math on that, what is... Let's see what that is. So that is 15 C2 Fahrenheit. Alright. Alright, so that's 5 degrees in Fahrenheit, by the way. So that's 5 degrees above 0 in Fahrenheit. And so, now, normally that would be a real problem for your character. Like, your character would start freezing out here, and slowly, as you got too cold, you would take damage. Now, I'm wearing, you know, a fur coat, some peasant pants that have some plus resistance against cold, same with these knee-high fur boots. I'm wearing this noble shirt that I found in some guy's closet that we're not going to talk about. You know, he really didn't need it anymore. He's been dead for 600-ish years. I got a survivor cloak that I also found for another bit, and this hat, and then this face mask I found, and these fur gloves. So all of that combined gives me like some resistance to the cold temperatures that are outside. And like notice, like these plants, they're all stunted due to the cold. And these are like my cold weather crops. This is all rye grain, which is supposed to be very, very cold tolerant, and even it's too cold for the rye out here. And that's the other thing in this game, to give you some more realism. If you look, all of these crop fields, notice they have nutrient levels with them, on them. So your crops require certain nutrients and certain temperatures. You have to pay attention to all of that. So you have to do crop rotation. Otherwise, you'll deplete the nutrients in your soil and your crops will stop growing. You know, all kinds of stuff. Alright, but back to making pie. So we're going to make some pie. Because baking's a thing in this game. So, I've got my wooden table. I'm going to crouch by pressing shift, right click, and there's my base of my pie. And I'm going to throw some pears in there. So, oh, I have to chop up the pears first. Yep. Why no pear? Can I not put the pears in the pie? Add a filling. Yep. Yep. Oh, I just have to right click. That's what was going on there. Alright, so we added 8 pears to the pie. And then we top it with a crust. There we go. That's a pie. I'm going to do the next one. Oh, nope. Back down, please. Got the topping. And there's a reason I'm doing them all the same. Because you can actually take your knife and make different patterns for the toppings to make your pies look different and stuff. But I'm doing all mine the same just so they all stack up nicely. There we go. There we go. And oh, got the last layer of pear. There we go. Cool. And now we gotta warm up our oven with some firewood. I just keep a torch around with me to light my fires. And do be careful. You can accidentally set wood on fire. So, like, if I accidentally held my torch against my firewood pile, I could set my whole house on fire. Don't do that. Speaking from the voice of experience here. I definitely did not accidentally set my workshop on fire in this game at one point with my pit kilns. And so now we just wait for that to heat up. Alright, let's see here. Put that there. Organize my toolbar a little bit. Need some more ladders. Especially if I'm going to go mining. By the way, these clay ovens are really cool in real life. I actually helped build one once. In fact, Pyro Wolf, who's a real good friend of mine who was in the chat earlier, he actually helped build that clay oven. Alright, and then we just throw the pie in there, and we wait for it to bake. And you can see up here at the top of my screen it says pear pie raw, and it's telling us the temperature. It has to be at least 200 degrees Celsius in the oven for them to bake. So now it's just hit 200 degrees. So the pie will start to bake. And if you notice, you'll see very slowly, like the pie itself will start to change colors and shape a little bit as it bakes. Yep, so now it's part baked. Which means we could take it out now and eat it, but it wouldn't give us as much food value as if when we wait for it to be fully baked. So it will say baked here in a second. And there it is. Now it's fully baked, so we can take it out. Yeah, it even rises. It's super cool. And you can do bread as well. And all the bread for each type of grain looks different. So, like, there's flax grain, there's rye, there's spelt, there's rice, there's sunflower that's a grain in this, there's amaranth, which, that's another grain. And then the baking also matters, so, like, this pear pie will only be fresh for 8 days. You know. But what I could do, and probably will do, what's that?
Store the broken tools.
Oh, store the broken tools either in the chest above the forge or to the right of the forge, or if we need to, or even in the one next to the sluice if they have to. So my wife was on the community server that I run, and on that server I've got a mod called Smithing Plus that basically makes it so that when your tools break, you get the head of the tool back and you can fix them. And they're asking where are we storing the broken tools for repair in the workshop. And now I'm going to let this pie actually overcook. We're going to char this pie. Because, and I'll show you why. I probably don't need to. There we go. But we're going to do it anyways. Go ahead and get the next one in there. But now, so we have the first one, the regular pie, just the pear pie. Fresh for 8 days. The charred pear pie, fresh for 12 days. You get an extra amount of time of freshness on the pie. Or your bread even. The drawback is, because there is a drawback, you're trading for this. The fresh pie is worth 480 grain satiation and 960 fruit satiation. The charred pie is worth 384 grain satiation and 768 fruit satiation. So you're losing, so basically for about a gain of about, what, 20 to 30% duration. Maybe almost 50%. Yeah, 50% in, you know, freshness. You're losing about 30% of your food value. The whole thing. We're going to get about one more pie out of this before I'm going to have to heat the oven back up. I'll go ahead and take that one. It's just part baked. Or is baked there. Relight the oven. And there are mods for better ovens and stuff. Like, there's several ways to play this game. And so, while we're sitting here waiting for the thing to go, we can talk about some of the class system in the game, because this game does have a class system. You don't level up or anything like that. Nothing, not like RPG per se. But your classes have traits. Now, I'm doing a solo world for this particular playthrough, so I played the Commoner, which has no traits, so you don't have any positives or negatives. But there are things like the Tailor, which can make better clothing and armor. Like, matter of fact, this armor I'm wearing is the set the Tailor can make. In this solo world, I've turned off the class-specific recipes. And then you have, like, the Malefactor that gets better harvesting on wild crops and stuff. You know, all that kind of stuff. So, there's a whole class system. And on the multiplayer server, we've got the class system in place with the special recipes that are limited to each class and stuff. Like, the Hunter can make the recurve bow and no one else can. You know, the Malefactor can make the sling, which is a weapon that throws just rocks. You can just find rocks on the ground and use them as a weapon. Actually pretty decent. My first time ever playing Malefactor on the multiplayer server I'm running. And honestly, I love the sling. The sling is fantastic. It's a great weapon. Not good for dealing with, like, super big enemies, but great for dealing with just, like, small animals and surface drifters and stuff. And since you end up with lots of rocks anyways, might as well make a use out of them. But, like, my wife just spends her entire time on the server just cooking and farming. Part of the game she likes. Whereas I'll get lost just foraging all day, just wandering around out in the woods gathering food and resources. Oh yeah, the sling was a fantastic part of human history. All kinds of things. Even the soldiers used slings. You know, because rocks are everywhere. Everybody's got rocks. You know. I never got good at using one in real life. Weirdly, I have used an atlatl in real life. Not for hunting, just for, like, target practice. A little bit. Which, that'd be cool. I'd love to see an atlatl in the game. That was a very popular... Yeah, exactly. The atlatl. The original, like, Stone Age spear thrower of, like, awesomeness. I'd love to see that in game. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and... Now, to eat the pie, we put it on the table, and we get our knife out, and we right-click it, and cut it into slices. And there we go. Pie. And I'm going to put my extra firewood back. Alright, so, let's see here. I'll need the mine supports. I'll need the boards. It's always good to have the axe. Yeah. I don't need the mortar and that stuff here, so we can leave that. Let's see here. Well, that's not got any space left in it. I need more storage. That's what I'm coming to the conclusion of here. Okay. What about this box? You gotta... No. Well, you do have some space. There we go. Alright. Alright. We'll keep the ropes. I don't need the conglomerate. I don't need the rammed earth. I don't really need the low fertility soil. I definitely don't want to take that with me. Here we go. Here's some extra space. Put that in there. And we'll put our sand in here. And we'll put our coffin lids in here. Great. Now the temporal storm's here. I'm going to put my mortar up there. There we go. Alright, so let's do this. And go ahead and make some more rope ladders here. Go. Then I'm gonna make some regular ladders too. We're about to go on a mining trip. Alright. What's that? That's an ore blasting bomb. I don't want that. Oh, I could have made another storage chest. Oh well. Alright. We'll sit out here while the temporal storm rolls in real quick, and I'll show you guys that. Throw my dirt in there. By the way, this is like a giant road I built to the coast over here. Road goes all the way from my house, all the way through the mountain to my dock. So here's a temporal storm, folks. Oh god, drifters. That was the boat horn right there. See, that's a drifter. That little short thing. Let's see if I can get a better view over here. Yeah, welcome to Temporal Storm. Yeah, see that thing there with, like, the weird crap sticking out of its back? It comes into, like, a little thing. That's the boat horn. And that thing sticking out of its face there that looks kind of like a really long nose, that's actually a giant arrow that it will shoot at you. And it does, like, if you're not wearing armor, it does, like, between 1/3 and 1/4 of your health and damage per hit. And that's the surface ones. That's the weakest ones. There's stronger ones out there. Let's see here. What about over here? Anything over here? Let's see if we see Dave. I don't see Dave yet. So Dave is an entity that you can see during these temporal storms. Yeah, there's stronger ones. So all the ones we're seeing out there right now are the surface ones. They're the weakest variety. Yeah, Dave. So Dave is this creature you can sometimes see during these temporal storms. And let's pop up to the roof real briefly here. Oh, goodness. Hello. Stay out of my house. Now, this is a tainted one. This is actually one of the stronger ones, too. Ow. He stabbed me. Jerk. Let's see if he drops anything. Oh, yes. He dropped 2 of his bow and arrows for me and some flax fibers. I'll add those to the pile. Do I have some bone arrows stored around here somewhere? Guess not. Guess I don't have any bone arrows stored right now. I do have a place for my flax fibers, though. Yeah, thank goodness I was wearing my armor. I've started just wearing my my tailored armor all the time. I'm just sticking my head up to see if I see Dave. Yeah, see like the giant gears in the sky and stuff? That's all from the Rust Realm. Yeah, I hear you. You're trying to shoot at me. Yeah, see, they're starting to swarm me. See, this is a surface one. See, 2 hits and he's down. Well, we'll let this temporal storm blow through. I'm going to put this pie on the shelf so it doesn't go bad. Alright. There we go. Keep those pies fresher for a bit, since we're having to delay our effort to go. Okay. Let's get these bricks out of the kilns. Yeah, this is what I do most temporal storms, is I just kind of hang out in my house. Because they're less likely to spawn inside my house in a well-lit area. Not impossible, just less likely. Alright, let's see here. There's my mortar. There we go. It's got some more refractory bricks done. Alright. Let's see here. Do I have calcified flint somewhere? So we got red clay. Calcified flint. Saltpeter. Okay. Yes, here we go. Ah, not much, man. What's up with you, Davik? I'm just getting ready to go get some more iron myself in the game. Alright. Waiting for this temporal storm to end, though. Yep, set up another firing in my pit kiln here. Trying to see if we can't get to steel. Ah, we're working on it. Like, I've gotten... Here, I'll show you where we're at. Like, that's how far along we are in building the cementation furnace. So I've got the door in, I've got kind of the base layer, I've got the coffin in there, obviously. Now I just got to finish getting the rest of the refractory bricks in. Get some sticks here. That's enough. And I'm also only down... I'm down to... Look at that. That's all the iron I've got left. 4 ingots. I'm going to have to go get some more iron. Which I was gearing up to go get more iron when this temporal storm decided to come in and bother me. It shouldn't be too much longer. Oh, and since I've got some new people out there, look at some of the cool loot I found in some of my adventures. That's where I keep it, displayed in the back of my house. Like this crystal skull thing. Eat this piece of pie. No, those are not from mod. That's base game stuff. This is completely vanilla. How long have I had this playthrough? I've been on this playthrough about 155 hours, 160 hours on this playthrough. So these came from a combination of the Resonance Archives and the Lazarette, which are 2 of the story POIs. I think the Crystal Skull came from the Lazarette, if I remember correctly. Oh, hello. Who said you could be in my house? Yeah, I didn't grab the gold crown. I've had one, but I didn't get it. I do have, like, the silver gear, the Forlorn Hope Reliquary. I have the King's Statuette. Let's see here. I've got the Bodjava Statuette. The gold gear. Oh, no, yeah, no, these do not keep the cold out. That's why when I'm trying to actually stay warm, I just close this door right here and stay in here. This is actually my house that I live in. I live in my kitchen. That's just my workshop area out there. I also found this painting, this elk painting in one of the ruins. And this sleeping wolf painting as well. All kinds of cool things. Good lord, this is a long temporal storm. This is my rock collection of nice rocks. Here we go. It's finally clearing up. Good lord, that storm. I've left my lantern somewhere. Come on, temporal storm. Finish clearing up so I can go get my lantern. I think those are nightmare drifters. Ones with, like, the weird crowns on their head there, like rusty growths. Antlers, if you would. I think those are supposed to be, like, nightmare or tainted. I'm not sure. Which are the strongest variety of drifter. And bowtorn. And shiver. I haven't seen any shivers yet. Another bowtorn running around out there. Now the good news, these kind of transparent ones that are see-through, flickering in and out of existence, they'll clear out once the storm ends and temporal stability comes back. So, like, you see this gear down here? That's your temporal stability meter. Basically tells you when it's spinning clockwise, you're gaining temporal stability, and when it's spinning counterclockwise, you're losing it. Alright, I'm pretty sure I left my lantern up here on the roof again. I did. There we go. Alright. But yeah. So this is where I am currently on building the thing here. This is my offhand real quick. There we go. Finish filling up what I can. There we go. Yeah, it's coming along. Let's do the back. Yep. As you can tell, I still need a lot more refractory brick to fill that in. It's apparently like 65 blocks of refractory bricks or something crazy. Alright. Okay. Let's grab our tools. I'm going to want my pickaxe. I want my pro pick. Yeah, we'll take the meteoric iron pick, just in case. No, you don't have to bellow air into the furnace. So the way this one works is basically underneath it here, and I'll show you, because I actually dug a little area out. So eventually what I'll do is I'll come in and I'll put some blocks down under here. Dig this out a little bit, just to make my life easier. But generally what people do is they come into here and they put like some blocks down, and I'm going to do this. Because what you have to do is you basically have to fill this little area right here directly under the coffin with coal or some other material. And, well, it has to be a coal material, basically. And then that burns. And this down here stays open otherwise. So, it's kind of like a self-filling, like, air hole kind of a deal. But no, you don't have to do a bellows. Now, the developer recently posted a dev video of their new forge design. And it's going to be an actual forge instead of just this square with a hole in it. Complete with like a bellows on the side, and you have to like control the airflow a little bit, get your metal up to a certain temperature. And they're even looks like they're even playing with like you have to quench your metals at the right material now, at the right temperature now, which I'm excited about that because that's all I want. Because as someone who did a lot of blacksmithing in life, you know, I like realistic smithing stuff. As long as it's not too crazily tediously done. Let's grab our charred pie. And that one. Yeah, 2 pies and a piece of pie should be enough. Okay. I've got my axe. Got my picks. Got mine supports. Yeah, that should be enough. Alright. Let's go get to the sailboat. Because now we're going to go sailing. So, yeah. By default, yes. Depending on how you set up your world. You can get cave-ins. Now, in my multiplayer server, I've turned it off just because having played an entire vanilla series now for like 160 hours almost, with cave-ins on, it can be very annoying if you don't know how to deal with them. And as we walk through my tunnel that my road follows here, I will show you how you deal with the cave-ins. And this is also my bauxite mine over here. This is where I get bauxite for my refractory bricks. I just happened to luck out that spawn was next to a bunch of bauxite. But bauxite is not very stable. So, like, notice once it gets away from something that's supported, it immediately loses almost 25% stability. So, and what this does is every time you break a block that is like near this block, it rolls basically a chance to see if it's going to collapse. And it's based on the percentage of instability this has. But what you can do is you can basically take mine supports like these and run them across to other supported blocks, and it will eliminate most of the instability along that mine support. And now this was a cave I mined through, and I just filled the cave in with cobblestone on either side to make myself a wall. Matter of fact, I can open it and go into the cave, but there's drifters in the cave, which I just let one out. Startled me. So, while in the real world, bauxite's where you get aluminum. In this game, they don't have aluminum as a resource, but the bauxite is important for making refractory bricks. So, you know how I'm working in that cementation furnace? I need the bauxite to make the bricks for that. So, I've been mining a ton of bauxite. And this is my warehouse that I'm working on. I need to fill it with crates. I even have a backup cellar over here to store stuff in. And these are some torch holders I made for light. And this is my sailboat. Oh good, I have temporal gear. And I have an extra pro pick, extra knife, sword. Cool. Some extra ropes, nice. Some arrowheads I left over here apparently. Yeah, a whole bunch of stone I don't need. Alright, I brought back a bunch of chalk. I'm just seeing what all I've got. And sticks. Okay, good. Good. Alright. Sticks and boards are useful. Alright. The water is dynamic. Like, you will get more waves and storms and stuff. And I'm going to get the sailboat going here and switch to third person, because I like to sail in third person. Alright. And so where we're trying to go is we're going to sail around this area here and over to here. Because I got a really high reading of iron over there. That's actually not that far, realistically. It's mostly because most of my readings up here for iron near my base are kind of terrible. Like, this is the one I mined out, and it was only decent, and that was like the best reading I found. It was like in that area. But I found like a really high reading over there. Like, if we go over there to that, like, high. So, like, out of every 1,000 blocks in that area, 2.09 of them are iron. But yeah, you can see the waves, and this is fairly calm right now. But like if a storm blows in, it'll start to kick up a little bit. Comes from relation of the tiller on the old. Oh yeah, huh? That makes sense. Yeah, no, they pay attention to a lot of those kind of details when the people making this game. They do a lot of research on stuff. Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that's where that name came from. But I did know that the right side was starboard and the left side was port. And then you have bow and stern and all that. I grew up with a bunch of sailors in the family, all on my mom's side. That makes sense. Starboard, steering board. That, with how humans name things, that makes a lot of sense. I also love the fact that you can attach a lantern to your mast so that you have light with your sailboat. They also have an anchor you can attach to it, but the anchor doesn't do anything yet. They plan on changing that mechanic so that the anchor actually has a purpose. And you can also attach shields to the side and give it more of a Viking sailboat feeling, by the way. I've not made enough shields to do that. I'm going to eat my pie as we travel. There we go. I need to swing south a little bit more.
So the lanterns do not deplete in this game. The torches can. So if you notice... Yes, the ocean waves can get rough during a storm. They're not like crazy rough, not like gonna capsize your boat or anything, but it gets choppier and stuff. And back to your question, Tristone. No, the lanterns don't deplete. The torches can, if they're not in a torch holder. So you notice how I had torch holders with torches in them? Those torches will never deplete. And the torch I keep in my inventory will never deplete. However, if I have it in my hand and go into the water will put the torch out and I have to relight it. Now, if I just take this torch and just put it on the wall, no torch holder or nothing like that, like you could do in Minecraft, the torch will go out after 24 or 48 hours in game. See, this is that sea ice I'm starting to talk about. You can see it on the map there, all those little specks. And there's sea ice there. It won't damage the boat or anything, but you can get your boat stuck. Alright, how we doing? Cut right a little bit more. Yeah. That's a good angle. And what's really cool about this game is talking about the weather and stuff. You can watch the weather systems roll across as you're watching them go by. It's really, they did a really good job on the weather system in this. Like, here we go. Now it's almost perfectly calm, but we're also out kind of in deep water now. There we go. It's a treasure hunter trader down there. Yeah, so, as I said, I got sidetracked when I was talking about this earlier. So again, like, as I was talking about earlier, the developer who makes this game started off making mods for Minecraft. And he basically got more and more stuff he wanted to add to Minecraft, but he was running into a problem with Minecraft's engine that basically was preventing him from doing some of the stuff he wanted to do. There are seasons. It's snow right now. So, for example, if we go to my character sheet, you can see that it is the 11th day of January in my game. And you can change the length of seasons. For example, on my multiplayer server, simply because everyone's playing at different times and time passes when people are on the server. And, now, sure, time pauses when no one's on the server, but because we've all got weird hours and we're not always on at the same time, I set it to 30 days per month on that server, because it's days per month, not necessarily per season. And the day-night cycle is, I think, right about 20 minutes a day, if I remember correctly. That's also something you can change, though. Oh, I ran into land. Got distracted talking. Ran into land. There we go. And I'm running 12 days per month on my solo playthrough right now. Default is 9 days. Yep. We found land. I wanted to go talk to the treasure hunter trader, that's what it was. You know. I should have brought my elk with me. Oh well. So you can get an elk mount from the treasure hunter traders in this game. You can also technically capture and tame one. I've not tried to do that. Oh, it's frosting over because it's so cold out. It is -8 degrees C out, and the boat's frosting over. That's what's going on. That'll happen to your character, too, if your character starts to get too cold. But again, that's why I'm wearing a whole bunch of, like, warm clothing. Alright, so once I get around this curve, it's going to just back up. Okay. Yeah, 17 degrees Fahrenheit. There is a mod that actually converts everything to Fahrenheit and stuff as well, by the way. For those of us who don't speak Celsius very well. I'm not using it on this. I am using it on my Snowball Earth playthrough, though. So on my other playthrough, I am doing that. My ocean setting on this is 30% oceans. 70% landmass. Yeah, that's correct. That's exactly what I used. Now, again, I generated this a couple versions ago, so I generated this either at like right at the beginning of 1.2 or right at the end of 1.9. I'm not sure which. And I know some of the ocean settings changed after I generated this world, as far as like how they do their calculations. But then I used those same like 70-30 split on my multiplayer server, and we've ended up with about the same level of ocean from what I can tell. So I don't think they changed too much on their settings there. Head a little bit more north there, because we kind of want to go through here. Kind of miss having my elk on the boat. So it depends. So it depends. If you want to do the story content a lot and make it easy to get to, 50% is kind of this recommendation on the subreddit from what I've seen. If you're not really super worried about the story content, it's something you might just go do at some point, or if you like having long adventures, you can leave it at default, or even make it further out if you just hate yourself, I guess. Or if you just don't want to see it. Like, if you're not interested in all doing the story content, but you want it still turned on so you have, like, the monsters and stuff, but you don't want to do the actual locations, you can set it to, like, 200%, and you'll just probably never see them. Mine's on default, the 100%, just, you know, the normal locations, and the Resonance Archives was 10,000 blocks for me, and the Lazarette was 20,000 blocks for me, and the Village was, like, 25,000 blocks for me. And the Devastation is right around 30,000 blocks from me, just so you know. It's also part of the reason I'm happy I have oceans, because it makes traveling that distance a little bit easier until you run out of ocean, which I did on the way to the Village. And the Lazarette. Alright, man. So yeah, 50% if you want to do the story content. And that if you want that to be kind of like the focus. Don't do 20% though. I've heard 20% you end up where your base is basically right next to the Devastation, and you don't want that. And people will see why you don't want to be, like, housed next to the Devastation when I do run there. Which I'm hoping will be in the next, like, 3-ish streams we'll go to the Devastation. Yeah, the big brown blob. That's it. Because that's the Devastation. That's the big brown blob. Yeah, quite a nice word. Exactly. And apparently just, like, nasty inside of it, too. I've never been to it. I've seen some people talk about it. Because it's apparently just full of, like, rust monsters, like, non-stop. Kind of a deal. Because it's essentially always an almost constantly semi-ongoing temporal storm kind of a deal. I need to turn more north a little bit so I don't clip that landmass. No, right now I'm heading over here to mine some more iron because I'm down to 4 ingots. That's all I've got left is 4 piddly little ingots of iron. How am I going to make steel with 4 piddly ingots of iron? I need like 100 ingots of iron so I can make 100 ingots of steel. No, basically I've just run out of iron in my mine at home, so I happened while I was out exploring to find a high reading. Yeah, they don't let us do that, Tryson. They don't let us have that kind of transmutation in the game. I wish they did. Oh yeah, no, that's so somewhere around here I've got a almost a full stack of iron arrows that I've been working on making over time, because I'm well aware of what happens at the Devastation, so I know what kind of gear I should definitely bring with me. And that's part of what I'm working on this winter is like, how much better can I gear up for this trip? Like, because, while I could absolutely take the trip over there right now, like, I could just get my elk, get my sailboat, and just go, like, over there. Yeah, I'm not going to. I'm gonna prepare. I want to make that fight easier than I made the Resonance Archives on myself. Because I definitely went underprepared to the Resonance Archives. No, I'm not running... So this has no mods. This is my vanilla. I'm doing a straight vanilla playthrough of the storyline on this particular save. Now, on the save with my kid, yeah, I do have the crossbow and firearms mods. And my community's asking me when I'm going to put them on the community server. Because, I know one of my community members, General Efficiency, is like, he's very much excited about the firearms mods. He likes them. No, this is just my vanilla playthrough right now. Yeah, in my community server, I don't have a sailboat. General Efficiency and a couple of other guys have sailboats. I don't have one. I do have iron, though, in that, and I just got the Hellhammer working at my base in my multiplayer server today. Did I miss my target? I almost missed my target. Got so excited about talking about that I almost overshot where I was going. Yeah, no, this is not the multiplayer server, though. My wife's currently on the multiplayer server, and it looks like they're having a temporal storm. As I look over to see what my wife's up to. What kind of temporal storm, dear? Medium, heavy, light? Medium? Okay. Alright. There we go. So this is a random place I came to and did like an iron reading when I was out exploring previously. Alright. Get the first person here and we'll just crash into the wall here. Alright. Let's back up a little bit. Back up a little bit more. Come on. Come on. And there. Oh, this is even chalk here. Cool. Okay. Alright, do I have any... So I've got granite. Gravel. Nope. Oh, I have some more rope ladders. Those will be useful. Yeah, like I have some black bronze, some bow and arrows. There's my bow and arrow stack. I was wondering where I put them. Okay. And there's some iron arrows I found, by the way. Alright, so that's not what I'm looking for. Nope. Chalk, gravel, nope. I don't want gravel and sand. That wasn't very smart of me. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. Let's swim over here real quick. I'm going to grab some grass. For two reasons. Cut down this tree. Gives me a chance to use up this stone axe and be rid of it. Or not. Definitely heard like a boat warden. Yep. Hello, boat warden. I see you up there. Get some dirt. He's getting closer. You can hear the arrows hitting. Oh, there's a black coal deposit over there. Or brown coal, probably. Actually. You about done, Botorn? Alright, so I'm over here real quick. Okay, now for the method to my madness here. Come on, back up onto the rock, please. Thank you. There we go. Basically give myself a little platform to stand on. Right here. There we go. Alright. So fresh for 7 days, put that in there. Go. Throw my grass in here. And put that in there. I had some firewood, right? No. I did not bring any extra firewood. But that's okay. Alright. Let's get out my pick. Alright, just go in a little bit. Cool. There we go. Throw this in here. Get out my pro pick. Get out my ladders. I'm probably gonna need some more ladders here. Take some of those sticks with me. There we go. Cool. Alright. And now we start going down. See if we can't find some iron. Let's see here. We're only at 104. Alright, so we need to go a good bit deeper. Because iron doesn't even show up until like the 80s, if I remember correctly, as far as depth. You are. Definitely hearing a raccoon like freaking out in my backyard. Like in the real world. Alright. Yeah, so Tristone, the reason you do this is because mining in this is very different than mining in Minecraft. So for example, your ore doesn't generate in like random nodes like it does in Minecraft, as far as like little like square cubes or like rectangular nodes or whatever, or even L-shaped nodes. The ore generates in kind of like pancake shapes, so like big wide pancakes. And so you kind of dig down trying to hit them once you find a good reading. Like right here where I'm at, I've got a high reading for magnetite or magnite, which is a type of iron. And what I'll do is basically, I know it only generates at certain altitudes within the map, and that's anywhere from 0, which is the bottom of the world, to like 90, which is where I'm at right now. And so what I can do, if I say want to see if there's if I'm near it, I can do this, mine out like, say, 3 or 4, and then I'll get my pro pick, I'll change it into node search, which basically checks in a 6-block radius around me. So there's lignite here, which is a type of coal, by the way. So we can go, if we wanted to go find it, I could go this way. It says there's small amounts. So we'll just go this way here, just kind of give you an idea of how this works. And since we know it checked 6 blocks, we'll go a little bit longer. And one of the things you can do as well, so like I'm looking at slate right here, so I could do Shift H, and it will tell me what can spawn in this rock. So, in this case, we're looking for lignite, which is not going to be in the slate. It's going to probably be in the copper, or in the stuff here. Let's see here. No? I wonder if it's above me somewhere. Can't be in slate. Did I misread that? Hold on. Tin ore, titanium ore. No. Marble. Huh, I'm not sure what rock it thinks it's in. Yeah, you find iron and granite. So let's do another short-range test and just see how this goes. Yeah, we're getting close. Ah, there's chalk right here. That's where. So it's going to be in this chalk anyways. So we're getting closer because it went from small amounts to medium. Matter of fact, I'm willing to bet if I cut into this chalk at this point. Get some rest, man. Have a good one, Davik. And I hope I do hit bountiful magnite. Yep, and there's the brown coal. That's that lignite right there. So now I can keep mining this way, but I don't really care about the brown coal and stuff. So what am I going to do? Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to make some fencing to fence this off. Put my bowl away. I shouldn't even brought my bowl. There. Because I don't want monsters coming in from over there. But that's what you do. And basically you go down like every few blocks once you kind of hit the depth where it can spawn. And you start doing tests like that. And see if you've gotten near it. And I'll probably start testing here after this next set of ladders, looking for the iron. So like right here, I might do a test. Let's go down one more. I do have to be careful about this, because you can like mine into the tops of caves. And so what I'll do is I'll mine out this way a little bit. I like to go out like 3 and then break the 4th one, because again, it's a 6-block radius from the block you break. So nothing there. And I could even go this way a little bit. Make sure there's nothing behind me. You can see, no, yeah, nothing. So this one's not really worth stopping at, because I'm so high up. So what we'll do is we'll work our way down a bit. Let me make some more ladders real quick. And I'll make 12 more. There we go. Now, the other thing you have to watch is my temporal stability is slowly decreasing while I'm underground. This is not a very temporally stable area. Oh, we got andesite here. Alright, man. Yeah, I'll be streaming some tomorrow and over the weekend as well. And it may be some of my other playthroughs. I may have, like, I'll probably do one of my Snowball Earth playthrough streams, and I'll also be doing some on the multiplayer server I've been talking about, because I know we're planning to do the Resonance Archives this weekend. So I may talk to the community and see if they don't mind if I stream it. So, but you get some sleep. I hope you sleep well, and thanks for hanging out. There we go. And also, if you're interested in joining my community, links are in the description on my server, my YouTube channel. I mean, you know, and currently I've got everybody who's a member of my community Discord can have access to the multiplayer server right now, as long as they obey the rules. Nothing. All right, can I even get tin, chromium, iron? Oh, we can get rich iron. Alright. Okay, how's that? So we did 1, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if we go down to like here, that'd be a good spot to test. Alright. I've lost my streaming data. Oh, we've got copper. Not what I'm looking for. Okay, good. Stream data came back. Cool. Well, not looking for copper per se, but nice to know that it's there. I feel like I'm hearing a drifter somewhere behind one of these walls. Oh, out of ladders again. Large amounts of copper. Okay. Well, if I wanted copper. Alright, let's go this way a little bit. How about over here? Ah, we are in the right direction now. Let's go down just a little bit. Actually, can I get chalk? No, not the andesite. That's not what I wanted. Keep hitting the andesite. There we go. Test rock for anthracite. Iron. Poor quality, though. God, I hope it's not in the iron. I hope it's not in the chalk. Let's go this way a little bit. Let's see. Trace amounts, medium amounts. It's in the. It's gonna be in the chalk, isn't it? Annoying. This is like the worst place for it to be. Okay, it's in the slate as well. This is a weird combination of places for the iron to be. Alright, well at least we're getting some iron though. Never seen it in chalk before. Or slate. What's up, dear?
The barn is getting more interesting.
Okay, what's going on with our barn, dear?
There's a pig in the barn. Did you know?
I knew there was a pig in our barn.
Okay.
So my wife is playing on our multiplayer server. And we have a house that we built. Or at least that's what we built it to be. It is not stayed a house. It has become populated with various animals. Large amounts of lignite and... So we've got brown coal and iron, like, next to each other. Something just shot at me, but I don't know from where. I heard the boat horn. I can hear it. I'm not crazy, right? Y'all can hear that too, right? That was a mistake. Just broken that first. Always start at the top when mining. At least this isn't poor iron ore. Oh, see, there it is. Oh, great. It's in a cave. Yeah, this is going to be fun. Okay. Gonna make a little bit of fencing real quick. And we're just going to put a little fence across right there. That way we know that's a cave. We're going to mine kind of around the outside of it a little bit. I am happy the iron's mostly an andesite, it seems like, though. It's a lot more sturdy of a rock to mine in. Less chances of it collapsing on you randomly. They're also deep enough that these are going to be like deep drifters and shivers. At least I can go offload into the boat as we get full. The other nice thing about having the sailboat like right there at the exit. Oh man, a lot of iron though. Let's go this way a little bit, make sure I'm not missing any. Yep, see? That's why you always check. Gotta check the walls. Yep, see? Yeah, we're definitely starting to hit the limits on our temporal stability, so we're gonna have to like go back upstairs here soon. Regain some of our temporal stability. There we go. What about over here? Okay, so this is like an offshoot of the iron. How are we doing? So we've got... Let's organize a little bit. So we've got that medium chunk, that medium chunk, and that medium chunk. So we've got 39 chunks of iron so far. Each one worth, what, 5 units of iron? Yeah, so 20 units of iron, so 4 nuggets basically. So every 5 of those is a ingot. Well, the good news is, this is at least getting me more andesite for my road project. Without me having to mine it out around my house. Anyways. There we go. Keep working our way around the outside here. I can definitely hear like a shiver or something. Here we go. Someone's still shooting off fireworks somewhere in my neighborhood. There we go. I just got a full stack. I feel like I'm hearing water in there somewhere. What if one of those glow caves is nearby? Alright. Let's see here. How we doing? Kind of want to get a full stack before I head back up to the surface. If I've got enough temporal stability left, I should be able to do that. Yeah, the closer I get to this wall over here to the right, definitely feels like I'm hearing the sound of running water. That could also just be the weird, creepy sounds you get as you get lower temporal stability. Okay, full stack acquired. Let's eat this pie real quick. There we go. Nope. I don't need that one chalk stone. You can live down here. Anything else I didn't pick up? Alright. Let's get out of here. Get our temporal stability back up. There's the exit. Alright. Yep, our temporal stability loss is slowing down. Should be reversing here in a second. And there it goes. Now we're starting to regain temporal stability. Gives us a chance to top off our hunger a little bit. Okay, game, really? There. Now you happy? Okay. Yeah, let's see here. Which one do I want to put my ores in? Oh. We'll put the rocks in this one. In there, please. Put the granite in here, too. And the slate. The chalk will go in a different box. The chalk can go in... Yeah, this one. This one can have the chalk. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. About that. We'll put the iron in here. I like this crystallized chunk. Nice. Keep that one. Put that one back in there. Alright. Let's slice our pie. Get some food for our character. I heard a raccoon. In the game that time. That was an in-game raccoon. That was a big firework back there. Can you all hear that over my mic? That's a neighbor who definitely invested in their fireworks this year. Time was in the game. It's not nearly that late in the game. Oh yeah, I should put my brown coal in here. I don't need that in my inventory. Put this temporal gear. That way I can just see the top row of iron. There we go. Almost done getting our temporal stability back. Yeah, I guess I'll go scrap this bed real quick. Set this bed down. There we go. Sleep through the night real quick. Help us pass through winter a little faster. Doesn't really help with temporal stability per se. There we go. Pick this up. And back in the chest with you. There we go. 2 a.m. Fine. How's our temporal stability doing? 87%. We'll let that get up a little bit higher, and then we'll go back down. Should really start carrying more food around. 2.5 pies was not really enough. We're going to make one more set of rope ladders. Just for fun. There we go. Don't really need these boards. We'll keep the mine supports, though. You know, I don't really need this bowl right now, either. Bowl's not going to do me any good. Nothing to eat from the bowl. Oh, there we go. Alright, cool. Back down we go. Alright. I know my mine looks like a maze, and there is method to my madness. It's because I like to mine the outside layer of any node I'm mining, basically. Alright. There we go. Let's go this way. I hope those fireworks are not bothering you all too much. Let me know if the fireworks are being a problem. Just... Alright, that's going to be a problem right there. Yep. There was a problem before I could deal with it. Bad, deep drifter. Great, it made me drop my rocks. Oh, that's tainted. Okay, I gotta plug this hole before more of them get down here. That's not where I want you, Vince. There we go. That should keep them from getting down in here. They can hear them. They're trying to get down here to me. But it tells me I was right. There's more into this cave. Alright, start working our way back this way now. Also kind of gives you an idea of just like how big these nodes can be. But also why you have to be careful. Alright, let's grab what we can. So I kind of want to head back before I run out of food anyways. Man, those fireworks are loud, aren't they? There. Alright. Let's mine out some more of these. Because I'm basically going to go until my iron pick wears out at this point. That hurt. That's the other problem. As you dig these holes bigger and bigger, you start to get more and more drifter spawns. Bismuth. I found bismuth in the middle of my iron mine. I'm not going to knock it. I'm going to take it. That bismuth that's coming with me. I don't need it, but I want it. Not often you get a 2-for-1 like this. Alright, and actually, before I get too close to this outer edge here, I'm going to make myself just a couple pieces of fence just to have ready. Just in case. Nice. Got enough bismuth for a little bit of stuff there. Oh, got some more bismuth here. Gonna work our way back kind of to the hall here where we came in from. How much more durability left? I got 91. And each one of those takes off 3. Okay. Could be worse. I could have mined into like a locust nest or something. Alright. Cool. There's our main hall right there. Since this doesn't curve around or anything that I need to worry about, I'm just going to knock out the 2 blocks of iron ore there. Yeah. Here we are, back at this. Alright, so let's go ahead and knock out this real quick. Alright, how we doing? 44 left? So that means 44 more blocks I can mine. How we doing? Alright. Almost another full stack. Well, almost full stack and a half, really. Already. So let's see what we can get here. Any left? That was very close right there. What do we have here? 5. Nice. Alright. So let's knock out 3 more. 1, 2, and 3. There we go. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to put this away because I don't want to actually use my meteoric iron pick just yet. There we go. We got lots of iron now. That'll be enough to last us for a bit. And more than enough for us to go home and make a new iron pick, so I don't have to use my meteoric iron pick. It's just too pretty. I don't want to use it. Alright, let's eat some more food. Top off our hunger bar a little bit. There we go. Now we rush home. Get that out of our hot bar. Set sail. Alright, we need sail south, right? I mean, we could always try and find a way up and around to the north, but that would be a lot of sailing. But there we go. That was a nice little iron deposit. Went too far. You go this way. Good. Yeah. You kind of go sort of west first, then south. Alright. A very successful iron run. Okay, come on, F5 real quick. So let's get our iron all together here. There we go. So let's see here. We got 2 full stacks there, plus another 9 here. So we got a 51 effectively. So 2 full stacks and 51, plus these medium crystallized chunks. Nice. It's a very good haul. It's about the same as 3 full stacks of iron. Let's see here. 3 full stacks of iron. Calculator. 3 times 64. Yep, alright. Times 4. So that's going to get us about 768 nuggets. Divided by 20, or about 38 iron ingots. Alright, if we keep this line, we'll be good. 38 iron ingots should last us for a good while and be plenty to get us some steel made. Now, if I was crazy, I'd make some steel plate mail for the final fight of the Devastation. I'm not going to. First off, I don't know that I can even afford to feed my character as much food as it would take to wear the plate mail. Secondly, that's going to be so much forging and work. Oof. Like, crazy amount of forging and work to do that. Did everyone have a good first day of the new year so far? That's some interesting floating rock formations out there. So, I know I might not have said it to you all yet, but just a... What devious things am I playing? I'm just trying to drown the world in steel, general efficiency. That is all. I am definitely not mining into caves for iron, because I need more iron. Yeah, actually, so basically, general efficiency, I'm down to 4 ingots of iron at my house in my vanilla world. It's awful. So, I had to go and mine a bunch more iron. Which, I mean, it's really not a terrible thing. So, I got like, effectively 3 full stacks of iron chunks. I also found some bismuth in my iron vein. It was very strange. I used to see bismuth in my iron, but you know what? It was there. Took it with me. But we're trying to get to steel. And as part of that, I think I might try to automate some of my processes for that, because sitting there manually feeding the pulverizer is about to drive me up the wall. So I think I'm going to automate my pulverizer for making fire clay and, or not fire clay, but for making refractory bricks. So many refractory bricks. But how's things going with you, General Efficiency? You hanging out on the multiplayer server there? Let's see here. It's about time for me to turn. Yes. Okay, you're designing a greenhouse in your creative world. Ooh, nice. Yeah, my wife and I keep talking about building our greenhouse and keep failing to build the greenhouse. But I have started work on the underground farm in the multiplayer world. Got a storm rolling in here. It's a blizzard. It's, well, it's a snowstorm, really. So you going to share your greenhouse design with us as you get it designed? To see the glory? Because I do have to say, the stuff you build looks a lot nicer than the stuff I build. I'm going to be honest. Oh, you already sent it? Okay, well now I gotta go look. Hold on. One of my friends hard timing me about chat. Let's see here. Oh, that is a nice design. I like that. Gotta turn north here. Gotta turn further north. Too far north. There we go. Yeah, I like that design on that greenhouse. Does it have enough glass on the roof? Any more idea what I'll add more mods in the multiplayer server? I haven't figured that out yet. There's a few I've been thinking about, though. So, maybe this weekend. It did validate as a greenhouse, good. Because I know there's like a certain amount of glass that has to be in the ceiling for it to count. I think it's what, like 50% ceiling is glass or something like that? Anyways. Some number. Some amount. That's good. That works though. But no, I haven't figured out what mods. We need to figure. We, as the community, we need to sit down and decide what mods we want to add. I know there's a bunch of people would like for example, I know you've been talking about some of the firearms mods and some of the clothing mods, which I am looking at that. I do think the clothing mods might be fun. Give us a little more unique styles to wear. Yes, you like the clothing mod. I don't mind cosmetic mods like that. They don't bother me at all. I actually kind of like them. Yeah, I'm also thinking about disabling the class-specific recipes, just because our tailor has not been as active as I was hoping. But that's okay. You know, we all have lives. Sometimes life just keeps us busy. So. Because I would kill for a set of tailored Gambison armor in our multiplayer server right now. I love the tailored Gambison. It's just too good. Too good. But he said he was spending time with his family, yeah. As I said, sometimes we all just end up busy with life. Like, I mean, heck, I end up busy with family stuff all the time too, so I get it. Like, knocking a hard time a man about that. But it does mean we should probably consider disabling the class-specific recipes. That, and I have a recurve bow staff that I can't do anything with, because Honk doesn't want to make recurves, and I went ahead and made one, and it's been sitting there, and I'm just like, I just want to make it and go sell it to the treasure hunter trader at this point. Although recurves are better for non-hunters anyways, because you get that accuracy bonus, which is nice. Go around to this side of the island chain. Mantle would be such a nice block. Oh yeah, a mantle would be cool. You gonna make like a little fireplace mantle to put stuff on? That'd be cool. That'd be super cool. That'd be a good mod, like a fireplace mod that gives you an actual fireplace. See, now I'm gonna have to look and see if they make a fireplace mod. Mantle as in the block that's at the bottom of the world. Oh, mantle, yes, yes. Sorry, the mantle. Yeah, that's actually where my farm is. I mined all the way down to the mantle under the workshop there in the multiplayer server. I'm gonna mine a different path down to the mantle, not too far from it, because that path is terrible and full of sawblade locusts. I do not like the sawblade locusts. Sawblade locusts are bad. I feel that, general efficiency. I feel that. Like, I kill some of the harder monsters, maybe get a piece of flax. Random, like, surface drifter jumps me, I beat him to death, and get temporal gear. And it's just like, okay. Okay, game. I don't know what kind of RNG this is right now. But, yeah, no. I thankfully do have a couple extra temporal gears sitting around right now for me to use for stuff. Sorry, not wanting to turn off the heater? I'm sitting here reaching to turn off my heater because I'm getting too warm in the computer room here. You know, it's like 30 degrees out or something where I'm at. Oh, it's only 44 degrees out right now. Ooh, it's warmed up. My cat was sitting there staring longingly at the heater as I was turning it off, like, why would you do this? I like the space heater. Like, sorry, cat. I'm just gonna sit here and run the space heater for you. Oh yeah, you like the translocators? You like gambling? Fair. Yeah, I've never actually repaired a translocator in this game. I've never actually repaired one. think I found one recently. Yeah, I found one up here. I'll probably go over there and repair it at some point. Okay, I say that. I have prepared the one for story content. I mean, if you teleport to one under the village, that would be very hilarious and useful, because then we'd have one that would teleport us somewhere you've been. I've thought about getting the mods that lets you like move them around or even make player-made translocators. Because I've seen some other servers where people have made like cool, like basically teleporter hubs where they've got like translocators to people's houses and stuff built in there so that they can go out and do things like where you've gone like, you know, a few thousand blocks away from the main town, and you could have your own translocator like welcoming room where players could like teleport to you from the main hub to come visit and stuff. But then that server also is more set up to have like, you know, people running shops in the main town where they would make stuff and go put it there for sale. They had a whole like currency system in place and everything. Which, you know, someday we will do this. Maybe not this server, but someday. Mostly because I always get absorbed into the economy in games. Oh yeah, that's right, you were talking about that schematic mod before. You have to send me a link to it if you haven't already. There we go. Anything else I wanted? Okay, I think I got all the stuff I care about on me. We definitely need the chiseling mods. You sent the link in the VS channel? Okay. Yeah. Drop it in the mods channel. It's client side, so you don't have to... Oh, okay. So it's just a client side mod. That's handy. I should make a separate channel for like client side mods and server side mods. That way people can know this is for client side and you can just use it. Especially because I haven't put any limitations on whether or not people are allowed to use different client-side mods or not. There's a couple client-side mods I use when I'm on the server. Like, I use the zoom key one, just because it's super handy. And I also have a health bar one that I use. And then I have that expanded HUD one that I use. It shows you, like, the time and the temperature and temporal stability and all that. Okay. Smart. I'm gonna have to get that mod now. That way I can design better stuff. There we go. Good thing I left a pie here at home for me. 2 pies even. Yeah, all top. Yeah, I can believe it. Like, crazy number of blocks. And just building stuff. Alright. Let's see here. Conglomerate, dry grass. Didn't have any, yes, I did have an inner chest around here. I knew I did. Go ahead and offload all my andesite. There we go. Cool. Then hammer. Time for hammer. Hammer time. By the way, this is my first time ever seeing iron in chalk. So that's 4 nuggets. Let's save those crystallized chunks here in a second. Go. Let's see here. Do I have a crystallized chunk somewhere? Okay. What's this? 4 crystallized chunk of magnetite. Yeah, I do. So I'll save one of them. I'll save one of these. There we go. This greenhouse has 430 blocks. Wow, that's a lot. That is a lot. Okay. Do I have enough to do 2? Yes, I have exactly enough to do 2. Amazing. Yep. Cool. To be fair, maybe counting grass that was under this section. No, that's fair. There we go. Bloomeries. Alright. Yeah, that'll be worth experimenting with, see what it is counting, what it's not counting. I think the bloomery should absolutely melt the snow around them just because of how hot they are. In theory. By the way, here's the progress on the furnace, by the way. We're getting there. Okay. Now the question is, do I have any extra axles? I have 1 extra axle. What do I need? Just need some fat. Do I have any extra fat? Fat? I do. Okay. So 1 fat. There we go. All I need. Let me grab oak log. Okay. Put this away. I don't need this pro pick. Alright. Chisel. Chisel. And hammer. Okay. Look away, general efficiency. I'm definitely not turning this oak log into axles. Look not upon my heresy. You did that earlier too. It's fair. But yeah, no, this is my first time getting up to steel as well, actually. So I'm excited to do it. And I also did not use my meteoric iron pickaxe, but I brought it with me in case. Walnut is a beautiful wood in the game. Very pretty.
Okay, so these are good. All right, let's grab those. And grab these. Where's my mortar? All right, let's see how many I can make. So that's going to get me 4 more refractory bricks. There we go. Cool. Or refractory blocks, I should say. Manufacturing lots of copper lanterns. Yeah, the copper lanterns are just nice. I'm going to be honest. I just like the copper lanterns. They're just too pretty. Okay. Yeah, I know the snow's the wrong block. I got that. I got that the snow's the wrong block. You don't like the snow there. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, let's see here. So we can do one there. And one there. One there. You can design a street lamp. Nice. There we go. Soon we will have stuff, and then we can turn it off and turn it back on. Here, I'll get rid of the snow. You happy? There you go. Done. Alright. Cool. Now, what's below this block? Below this block? Okay, so that comes in here. That's actually perfect. Hold on. Yes. Yes, this is genius. This will work. Okay. Okay. This will work beautifully. Yes. Okay. So what I'll actually do... I'm going to fill that back in. We're going to go over here. Okay, no, that's why I had to do this. That's right. That's right. Okay. There we go. So, the other thing I'm doing right now, general efficiency, is I'm going to finally break down, and I'm going to, like, take apart this whole thing right here. We're going to slide it over. Grab all the bits and pieces. And then we're going to go, like... Actually... Yeah, so we go, like, right here. That there. Nope, turn it around. I need it this way. Turn it like here. There we go. And then we'll do this. And then we get our pounder things in there. Put our caps back in there. And get our axle back in there. There we go. And then we can take our axles. There. Boom. Okay. And then I need copper. Need all the copper. Copper, copper, copper. Come here, copper. Okay, now we're going to make chute sections because we need those. We're going to also need some copper plates to make a hopper. That's 3 copper plates. Ugh. My soul. Okay. Okay. What is it for? Alright. What is it for chute sections here? But how much copper? Okay, well, we'll figure it out. Alright, so first things first, I need some nails. Yeah, gas lamps would be amazing. Which they may have at some point. I don't know. Like, if they're going to have that, like, soon. But they may have gas lamps at some point. Do I have any boards laying around here? Because they do talk, they are talking about, like, going into the early Steam Age. And they have, like, gasifiers and stuff, so I could see it being a thing. I'm out of wood. It is a sad day. Alright, I'm gonna have to ask you to not... to forgive my heresy one more time. Alright, where is it? Where's the saw? Saw. Here. No, I don't want to use the good saw. I want to use the old saw. There we go. Actually, I'm going to have to do it a third time. But yeah, it was all invented around the same time. It's like, you know, industrial age London had gas lamps, so they were basically just in the steam age. There we go. That was not what I wanted to do. I just messed it up. I wanted 2 small chests. Good lord. Good lord. Can I not take these back apart now? Dang it. Dang it. Well, I clearly wanted an extra large chest for something. I could have sworn you could saw those back in half. Maybe, hold on, wait, hold on. Before I do all that, maybe it's just I don't have the durability. Nope. Not a durability issue. Dang. Okay. Well, not paying attention again, and just messing things up. There we go. Alright. Do not combine them. Do not combine them. Alright. Okay, so basically, if I understand this correctly, I need to, like, put this up here. So let's do, like, here, I think? Give or take? Hold on. I'm gonna need something I can use to stack these up. Wait. I can do this. There we go. And like this, and then it's like... Should I get up here? It's gonna be like that. I can knock this down. There we go. Okay. There's that. And then, like... here to, like, here-ish. Okay. That should work, in theory. Now, we can grab some more copper. How many ingot molds do I have? I have 1, 2, 8 ingot molds? Okay. Okay, that gets me copper-wise. 600. That's enough for 6 ingots. $700. Go. 800. Cool. Oh yeah, I don't need to use copper for this. I can use far cheaper brown coal. I don't need my good charcoal. But yeah, I would like to see them get some steam engine stuff going eventually. Like, I know next major update, they're supposed to be, in theory, giving us water wheels, which is going to be super cool.
Man, my character's just chewing through the food right now. There you go. Okay. I may need a little bit more coal for that. Alright, let's go get these others turned into plates. Alright, so our goal is to try and make a automated system for feeding from this chest into this and then into that chest. That's the goal. Okay, grab the tongs. I'm going to need the tongs. Going to put our lantern here again. Lantern, why'd you go out? Lantern. I'm just fascinated by this decision of the game that my lantern doesn't work when I put it down now. Okay, what about my torch? Does my torch work if I put it out here? No. Okay. I'm confused. Very confused. Work on that for me. There, boss. It's very strange that my light sources are not light sourcing. I am confused by this. What we might do is sleep till morning then. It's heating up. Go check my other copper ingots here. Or soon to be copper ingots. Make sure there's nobody hiding in my charcoal pit. Gonna use a molly and not try typing the rest of it. Lantern for my street lights. Okay. That go out. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'd love to have some street lamps though in this game, besides just torches, like and lanterns. Like, don't get me wrong, those work fine, but we could definitely work up something else. And as you said, since they have gasifiers, there's no reason we couldn't theoretically use those to make lamps and street lights and stuff. Ooh, that's something I should check real quick while that's heating up. How's my... Okay, so my perish speed isn't hurt too much by that being there. That's good. I was worried that that was going to destroy my perish speed on my cellar. You can have, like, one sort of open tile in your cellar, and it won't destroy your perish speed too bad. But
It's not a good idea. Come on, you can do it, Hellhammer. There we go. I believe in you. There we go. That going. And my other should be smelted now. How are we doing? Yep, it's done. So let's grab that out of there before I burn extra coal I don't need to burn. For some more ingots. Oh, general efficiency. Have we heard from Honk at all recently? I know he said he was down to go do the archives, but I don't think we've heard from him since that. Good. Alright, good. That's all done. Come on, Wind. We need you to work a little faster. No, not today. Okay. Yeah, those fireworks are really spiking my mic. It's not like they're right behind me or anything. They're pretty far off, so those are some big ones that people are using somewhere over there in the neighborhood. There we go. Turn that off. Go. Alright, so now, theory. There's our hopper. Alright, so now... Actually, let's do it like this. Go, because I think it might need to be hopper, chest. I've trapped myself in here, haven't I? There we go. And now I might be able to do like that. So let's see if that works. Let's see if this works. Okay, good. Turn that on. Okay, so it went into the hopper. Alright, it looks like that's working. Okay. Now let's go downstairs and see if that actually went where I want it to go. Fell into my own fire pit there. And yes, it works. We have an automated catch for our stuff. Beautiful. Okay, so let's put this back for now. Actually, what I'm going to do is we're just going to put that just there. Extra storage. Beautiful. Hopefully it doesn't catch fire. Okay. Now, once these are warmed up,
Okay, if I put it in here, that still goes out, but at least I have other lights in here. Strange. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my... Probably need to close out and reload. Probably what that is. Let's throw this in here. I was saving these sails for something. Oh, right. I was planning to add another windmill up at the top at some point. That's right. But I don't have the rotor. There we go. Somewhere around here I've got some rammed earth I've stored away. This one? This one. Long. Nope, that's all gravel. Ah, here we go. We can go in here for now. You live in there, rammed earth. Okay. These cooled off yet enough? No, not yet. Cool. Prepared hides are done. Okay. Which hides do I want to do? We got these. That's 9 of those. How much I got? 40? Oh, do I have one more? Ooh, I could do these two. We'll do these two. These 2 large prepared hides. There we go. Save the mediums. Just want these to finish. Oh, good. They're hardened. Okay. Tongs back into the offhand. Grab extra couple pieces of coal. Just because I don't know how much copper this is going to take. Alright, so let's do this. There we go. Because to make this is that, and to make this, it's going to take me 2. Okay, so it should probably going to take me at least 2 copper. There we go. We're experimenting today, folks. Because if I can automate my crushing of stuff, that'll help. That'll be helpful. Now, the design I've seen requires another hopper, but we're going to see if we can skip the extra hopper. All right. That's warm enough. Make the chute piece. Okay, it is just 1 ingot. All right. Well, that's an interesting design. All right, so let's bring these down. I think the best way to shape this. Yeah, this is going to be just a fascinating build here. Okay. Bring that over. And then over. Take this one up and over as well. And then we just push these up. All right. Yeah, I think we can make this work. Okay. Okay. Do that. Bring this one down. Over. That one down. This one up. That one over. Yeah, we can get this work. Okay, okay. See what I'm doing here. This is making me wish for my smithing plus mod, though. Alright. There we go. Next one. Same concept. Okay. So bring these down. Bring those up. And then let's bring these down. Push those up. There we go. We'll bring these guys down. And all these over. Come down. And over. Up and over. Up. And over. It's like a very elaborate puzzle game. There we go. And bring that one down. Bring all of these in. I'd hate trying to forge this in real life, if I'm honest. I would probably weld it together if I was going to do this in real life. Like, forge it out as a flat piece and then fold it and weld it. Be my advice. And I think it's this way. Yes, that's what I want right there. Okay. Let's go see if this works. Alright, so if I take this, say right here. Nope. Okay, I need the wrench to rotate it. Wrench, where you at? Here, wrench. There we go. Okay. Final test. Put away this coal real quick. And let's grab our quartz. And the wind dies. Okay. It's feeding into something. It says it's transporting. I wonder if it needs to feed in down here. I wonder if I need to move this whole assembly down one. Let's grab this out. Real quick. Pick up this chest real quick. Oh, that drops the whole thing. Interesting. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Ah, that works. Okay. That wind's coming back slowly. Okay. I think we've got it working. Now we just got to get wind. Alright. Let's also grab some bauxite. Do I have any bauxite that isn't in the chest? If not, it's fine. Alright, so we need bauxite, and I need olivine. So you guys are going to come with me, as are you quartz. There we go. This way, when we have wind, the pulverizer works. There we go. You have fun with that pulverizer. Whenever we get wind again. Oh, did you share your street lamp designs? Let's take a look.
Oh, let's see here. I see that. So General Efficiency is sharing street lamp designs in our community chat of the server. I like that. So I take it these are chiseled street lamps? All chiseled, yeah. With then a lantern put on top of it or hanging outside. As expensive as it would be to make all of them, I like that double-sided lantern streetlight. That's kind of nice. Although the one in glass is also very nice. Are those glass panels or chiseled glass? Or is that like the leaded glass paint? That's not the leaded panes. That's not. Okay. I had an idea of making them in the shape of London Francis lamp posts, but couldn't quite make a nice lamp shape. Standard glass block. Okay. And then you just chiseled out the middle and put the lantern inside? Nice. Okay, so let's put these in here. Move that down. Move my borax over here just so I don't get it confused. Go, and one more. Boom. Alright. That's all stuff for making my refractory bricks. And medium bismuth, rich bismuth. Put that there. Cool. Alright. Well. Alright. That's all covered up with snow. Can't see. But I like those designs. Those all look good. Like any one of them would be fantastic. Well, while we wait on wind, let me check and see how much clay I've got left, because I'm going to need more fire clay, too. May need to go make a clay run. Yeah, I'm running low on clay, it looks like. Yeah, looks like I'm out of clay. Yeah, because I got that. Let's see here. Any clay in any of these? Nope. Alright, let's go make a clay run. There we go. After I grab some food. Because I about ran out the house without food again. Oh, good. I got a crock right here that needs to be used. Come here. Good crock. And I left my... That's why I shouldn't have put my bowl away. Good thing I have an extra bowl. Alright. Well, I'll talk it over with the group about if we want to add the firearms mod. I know if we add the firearms mod, you'll never get my kid off the server. Ooh, yeah, I know you want the volley gun. Goodness. And different types of... Okay, that... I want a nice, If we do that, then I want a nice, like, either mahogany or walnut, flintlock. Ooh, an ebony frame. Yeah. You know, I actually own a flintlock in real life. I've fired it all of, like, twice. Yeah, ebony. You didn't know that. I know it's spelled like ebony or whatever, but it's pronounced ebony. It's one of them weird words. I did not build mine. Mine was not a kit. I bought mine pre-made. There's a pig. That pig is not running from a bear. It's a whole herd of pigs. Ebony. Okay. Fair enough. I get it. Again, don't feel bad. Trust me. There's a lot of words out there that are easy to say in weird ways because English, as Rackenith, one of my other community members, will tell you, is 3 languages in a trench coat, beating up other languages and taking whatever falls out. It's technically a trade language, which is why it's so strange. That explains the 5-minute silence in the friend group. It's number 5 species. I counted it was 5 minutes. There's a whole bunch of silence in the group chat. I feel like I've missed something here. I know my wife got offline, in case that's what you're wondering. Yeah. Dang it. I knew that sugar was going to come down here. Just let me have my plate. Bad sugar. Bad sugar. Alright. I'm going to grab this clay. Take it back to the house. Because I need clay. This is a nice sized clay pit. Uh-oh. I feel a presence looming over my shoulder, chat. I might need to be rescued. Oh, that's why it's such a nice sized clay pit. That's a death trap. That.
There's water down there.
Yeah, I'm not going to try that, though, dear. Pit to the catacombs.
Why?
Yeah, that's very much fit to the catacombs. Let's see if we can't get a little better access to that. Because I do have... Is the cat sneezing at you, dear? Alright, we're gonna open this up and see if we can't get a rope ladder down to it. Oh, cat, that's my hair. I have claws in my head.
Come here, come here.
My cat is overly excited right now and is clawing the back of my head trying to get attention. feel like the cat is still clawing the back of my chair and stuff. Are you playing with the cat behind me there, dear?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me get back up here before I make a terrible mistake here. Sounds like you just got hit.
Mm.
My cat's very sneezy, and folks who are confused about what I'm talking about here. Like, I kind of want to go down there and explore, but I also don't. Like, that clay is not that valuable to me. I love rope ladders. They're so good. There we go. I think we got enough clay for now. So we'll just head back. Before I, succumb to the temptation to explore the giant pit of doom. What's worse is I don't think there's anything valuable in that area. I've prospected around this area before. I don't think I've prospected on this side of the lake. You got the Hellhammer set up? Nice. So you're going to make a good bit of the lanterns? So what type of metal is that lantern, by the way? And 4 windmills? Nice. Oh, that's Galena and copper, so what is that? Is that like those aren't the lead ones, those are it's the Galena and copper mixed together, the one with the hard name to say. Okay, I got you. Molly something. Gotcha. All right. Now I'm following. Yeah, I'll have to look it up here. Let's see here. Copper. Let's see here. Copper. Copper. Yep. It's melted in bloomery. Nope. Copper nugget, which is a component for... Oh, yeah, the Molly Bacallion. I don't even know how to say it, honestly. This is why I wish Rakanith was here. Rakanith could pronounce this. Yeah, the stuff that's like 8 to 12% copper, and then like the rest is lead. Yeah. That's that metal that Honk likes as well, if I remember correctly. I left my lantern somewhere. Again. Oh, you got a Blackguard Cuirass set up? Nice. Oh yeah, no, that stuff will eat through your hunger like crazy. Yeah, absolutely. You're gonna need tons of meat just to feed that. All right. Yeah, it looks like it's working. Kind of. All right. There we go. It's slowly working its way through stuff. As I fall into the pit. And, yeah. Oh, man, look at that. Already 52 crushed quartz. Nice. It's working out great. I mean, once I get the pig farm running, we'll be able to keep you in meat. Although you have your own pig farm, though, so you don't really need ours. There we go. Put all these in here. Cool. Top off my food. Speaking of meat. There we go. Let's see here. One of these is my mushroom box. It is. That's my last piece of meat. Play fresh for a day. I need to cook it. Alright, so let's grab that. We'll grab turnip. And we'll grab an onion. And make turnip and like onion soup here. So let's see here. Turnip, onion, meat, and then where's my bucket? Bucket. There we go. That's how you make soups for people who may not know. You need 1 liter of water, a vegetable, then you can have like meat and stuff. That's a liter per serving, by the way, of water. I need some more fuel for this. There you go. I just don't want this meat going bad. Maybe I won't need that. There we go. Nice soup. Save that meat so it doesn't go bad. All right. Let's get my... Where's my calcified flint? I left that somewhere. Calcified flint? Where'd I put you? There you are. The whole reason I wanted more clay. And we'll do one more stack. Just because of how much... Yeah, you know what? I'm going to turn it all into fire clay. No such thing as too much fire clay, right? There we go. Don't remind me of Blaze getting so distraught over the culture. Oh, God. So, what General Efficiency is referring to here, folks, is my kid plays on the multiplayer server with my community, and he's still figuring out cooking. And so he begged me to make him a tin bronze cauldron with the culinary trailer and expanded foods mods that we're using. And so I made him a tin bronze cauldron because he was so like insistent and begging for it. And I was like, all right, fine. And then he spent what 30 minutes general efficiency just like panicking because he couldn't figure out how to cook anything with it
because the stuff he was trying to cook is all stuff you cook in the cooking pot, not the cauldron. And his mother and I just spent there was just like, son, read the handbook to see what the cauldron is used for. That's where you get the list of things where you can cook with it and how to cook them. And oh my god, we spent like 30 minutes as for general efficiency just sitting there listening to us try to coach our son through how to read the handbook and learn to cook in the game while he was panicking because his character was starving to death because he won't eat the food that we already had prepared in the game. Yeah, or the wiki for the mod. It was just like, he's 35 minutes, thank you. Yeah, god, it was just the weirdest, like, kid, why is this the hill you're dying on? You know. Of all the things you could choose to just die on that hill, that was the weirdest one. Oh good, it's still working through stuff nicely. Alright, how we doing? Right, where's my lantern? There it is. With it not lighting up like it's supposed to, it's hard for me to keep track of it. I just want to make sure this stuff... See, it's not going down there perfectly. It is most of the time. I almost need to put like a block there. Yeah, I love this. I love having this automated pulverizer now. Isn't this glorious? Man. God, I just want to sit here and watch it. But anyways, folks, I think we're going to have to call it there. We're still not quite to steel yet. It's kind of late for me, and I know my wife wants me to go to bed and stuff. I totally get. But we're close. We're getting, well, I say we're close. We're getting closer to steel. We just got to finish filling in all these little block areas with refractory bricks. And then I got to finish loading up this area down here with fuel. I should change this all to packed dirt or something. But that's, I think we'll be able to get it in the next stream. Need to have some hand-cranked hell hammers like the Quern. Oh yeah. Yeah, it will be. So, but I think in the next stream, folks, we'll get the steel working here. Yep, that Shiver's trying to sneak up on me. Well, he can sit out there with the pulverizer while I go in here and finish my outro. But thank you all for hanging out with me. This has been Thalamic Rom in my vanilla solo world where I'm trying to play through the entire story content. We're just kind of waiting out winter. We made it into February. Good night, General Efficiency. I'll see you around tomorrow, and we'll also be chatting about when we want to make the run on the Resonance Archives. I'm thinking Saturday. It's kind of my thought process. I'll post it to the group tomorrow, though, and see what everybody thinks. But anyways, folks, we'll catch you all next time. You all have a great one. And see you in the next stream. And hopefully I'll catch my next episode. Peace.